To order, please. I'm Rosemary Altman. I'm Chair of the State Board of Education, and this special call meeting of the State Board is being held today, Tuesday, August the 3rd, 2021, at 10 a.m. in the Senator Gray Ferris Boardroom of the 4th floor of the Central High School Building, 359 Northwest Street in Jackson, Mississippi. The meeting is being live streamed via the MDE YouTube channel and broadcasted in the auditorium located on the 2nd floor of the Central High School building. Minutes of this meeting will be recorded. A quorum of the board is present for the purpose of conducting this and this meeting is being called to order at 10 a.m. I've asked Dr. Wendy Barrett to lead our pledge and Dr. Angela Bass to offer our invocation. We'd ask that you stand with us, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, thank you for gathering us here today. We are thankful for health and well-being. We are thankful for wisdom. We ask that you guide us today as we are gathered here to hear some serious information. We ask that you guide us to do what is best for all children in Mississippi and all educators, that there is a system that allows for the health and safety and success of all children in our great state. We also pray that you guide all of our school leaders, all of the people who are having an impact on our children this year. As we're preparing to start school, many of us next week, we pray that all of our children are healthy and safe and able to have a great year this year. This we ask in Jesus' name, amen.
Before we begin our proceedings, we ask that you make certain your cell phones are silenced so as not to interrupt. Dr. Wright, do you have any comments you would like to make?
No, ma'am. I'll be making my comments at the regular board meeting.
Okay. The first item is approval of the agenda. Board members, you have received a copy of the agenda. Please note that this is a special call meeting and therefore only business that can be transacted is the business that has been specified in the call of the meeting, which is related to the recommendation from the Commission on School Accreditation based on the investigative audit conducted in Holmes County Consolidated School District. At this time, I will entertain a motion for approval of the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The first item on our agenda is a report from the Commission on School Accreditation concerning the Commission's determination that an extreme emergency situation exists in the Holmes County Consolidated School District. Board members and guests, please note for this portion of our meeting, the board will follow the process outlined in Policy 2.9.2.2 in the current edition of the Mississippi Public School Accountability Standards. To begin, the board will allow the Office of Accreditation to present for 40 minutes, and the district shall not interrupt the district meaning any representative of Holmes County, shall not interrupt the Office of Accreditation during their allotted time. After the Office of Accreditation has finished, the district will be allowed their 40 minutes, and the Office of Accreditation shall not interrupt the district in their allotted time. Board members, we ask that you not interrupt the Office of Accreditation or the district during their allotted 40 minutes. You may make notes and save your questions later. Following the district's timed presentation, board members will be allowed to ask questions of either party. They may ask questions of those who presented, or they may ask questions of appropriate MDE staff and our district representatives or employees. That includes that you may ask questions from anyone here in the room from the department that you feel may have pertinent information, or anyone from the Holmes County representatives that may have information that you would like. After questions, the board will entertain closing argument from the legal representative from the district, and then the board will entertain closing argument from the legal representative from the Office of Accreditation. Each attorney will be allotted 10 minutes. A timekeeper is present and will give a 20-minute warning, a 10-minute warning, a 5-minute warning, and a 1-minute warning. Office of Accreditation, you may begin your presentation.
One comment before, I don't know if my mic is on. Are our mics on? Our mics are on. Just make sure that when you're asking questions or speakers, when you're speaking, to speak directly into the mic, because we were noticing that those that were back a little bit further from the mic yesterday were more difficult to understand since the meeting is being live streamed. Thank you.
Good morning. Dr. Carrie Wright, State Superintendent of Education, directed the Mississippi Department of Education to conduct a full on-site investigative audit in the Holmes County School District in accordance with Accreditation Policy 5.0 of the Mississippi Public School Accountability Standards. The audit began on April the 27th and concluded on July 23rd. The findings outlined in the report to the district were based on analysis of data collected during the on-site visit, such as interviews, observations, completed evaluation forms, documentation on file within the district, and official reports submitted to the MDE. Please let me be very clear that it's the burden of the district to have on file and provide evidence of compliance with federal and state law, state board policy, and accountability requirements at the time of the audit. The demographics for the school year, for the Holmes County Consolidated School District for the previous school year are projected on the screen. During the previous school year, students enrolled in grades K through 2 attended both in person and or virtually, and students grades 3 through 12 attended 100% virtually. Just a summary of a timeline. In 2006, a declaration of a state of emergency was declared in the Holmes County School District based on serious safety and security concerns. The district was returned to local control in 2007. In 2013, the MDE conducted limited, unannounced accreditation audits in both the Holmes County and the Durant Public School Districts as part of ongoing legislative audits in CD and F rated school districts. The two districts were consolidated in school year 2018-2019, which was effective July 1 of 2018 based on 2016 legislation. And to clarify some points that were made in the commission meeting yesterday, in accordance with the state law that required the consolidation, a financial advisor, Ms. Debbie Jones, was appointed by the MDE to serve in the district in February of 2017. The statute allows a financial advisor to serve in the school district for a period of up to 1 year following the consolidation. Due to the resistance of the previous superintendent and the board at the time of consolidation, Ms. Jones left the district within 6 months after consolidation. 2 points worthy of noting is, one, that the majority of the board that was serving at the time of the consolidation is still serving on the school board, and two, the financial audits for both districts, Durant Public and Holmes County, prior to consolidation did not note any financial findings of serious concerns. As documented in the report, the Holmes County School District's financial audits for fiscal years 2018 and 2019 were not submitted by the deadline. In 2020, Ms. Jones returned to the district, but she was not appointed by the MDE and she was not associated with a contract with MDE. In October 2020, the MDE issued a warning letter to the newly consolidated school board as a result of allegations of the day-to-day interference with the operation of the school district. And also in October of 2020, we began monitoring their local school board meetings. In December of 2020, the state auditor released findings of a limited internal control and compliance review. On March the 23rd of 2021, the state auditor notified Dr. Wright that a disclaimer of an opinion had been issued by the district's independent audit firm for fiscal year 2019. The state board later in April approved the appointment of a financial advisor to the school district, and then at the end of the month, on April the 27th, the MDE launched the investigative audit. Since the two districts were consolidated on July 1 of 2018, the board has appointed 4 superintendents, 2 of which have served as interim superintendents. And due to the resignation of one board member on July 8th, the district currently has 4 board members. 3 of the 4 remaining board members were on the board at the time of consolidation, and they constitute a majority. And of those 3 members, they have experience serving on local school boards ranging from 8 years to 28 years. The MDE provided the district with the investigative report on Monday, July the 26th. This report is being made to the State Board of Education today in accordance with Mississippi Code 3717-612B, based on the findings outlined in the report provided to the district. The State Board must determine if an extreme emergency situation exists in the Holmes County Consolidated School District and whether that emergency situation jeopardizes the safety, security, and educational interests of the students that are enrolled in the district. The MDE believes the rationale for the state of this emergency is based on serious violations of federal and state law and accreditation standards, serious concerns regarding financial resources, inappropriate standards of governance, a pattern of poor academic performance, and a failure to comply with standards that sustain a safe school climate. And as indicated in your backup material, with item 1, the commission found the consideration of a state of emergency to be based on those 5 rationale provided. Accreditation Policy 2.5 outlines the 9 areas in which a district may have its accreditation immediately downgraded to probation or withdrawn. And I would like to emphasize that the Holmes County Consolidated School District is in violation of all 9 of those areas. I would just like for you to keep in mind that at this time we are not asking the State Board of Education to withdraw the accreditation status of the school district. We're just asking you to note that they're in violations of 9 areas in which any one of those areas could result in the withdrawal of accreditation. Those 9 areas include reporting false information, failure to implement appropriate standards of governance, failure to comply with local school board policies, failure to comply with financial accountability requirements of a serious nature, failure to comply with graduation requirements, failure to comply with test security requirements of the Mississippi statewide assessment system, failure to comply with federal programs whose regulations call for strong sanctions for a continued pattern of noncompliance, failure to comply with instructional practices, and failure to comply with standards that pose life-threatening conditions for students and staff. The district is non-compliant with Accreditation Policy 2.1 and 26 of the 32 process standards, as well as multiple state and federal laws, all of which have an impact on the interest of students. However, today's presentation is only going to focus on those areas that have the greatest impact on the safety, security, and educational interests of the students enrolled in the district. We will not be discussing violations of or any areas of noncompliance that are related to administrative or procedural processes. The superintendents have failed to ensure the implementation of an instructional management plan that clearly defines the academic goals that are necessary for improving student achievement. This is a direct violation of state law, which requires that the superintendents, the principals, and the teachers enforce a course of study that is provided by or prescribed by the State Board of Education. The district did provide a 2021 instructional management plan that had been approved by the local board, but however, based on on-site monitoring and virtual observations, the teachers failed to implement a tiered instructional model that included both academic and behavioral interventions, the requirements of the Literacy-Based Promotion Act, best instructional practices, and current individualized lesson plans that meet the needs of all students within the classroom. The MDE observed multiple classrooms where 40% to 50% of the students were not even enrolled in or logged in for their virtual learning instruction. In many classrooms, the teachers failed to even engage the students in the instructional process. At one elementary school, the auditor had to wait approximately 2 hours before being able to meet with the principal or to observe any of the classroom instruction. At the high school, one teacher left the students with a consultant for an extended period of time in which no instruction took place. In many cases, the lesson plans were not aligned to the Mississippi College and Career Readiness Standards. They were not appropriately sequenced for the time of the year, for the grade level, or age appropriateness. They were identical for all teachers, and the activities observed and the materials provided did not align with the lesson plans that were provided. The district failed to implement a professional development program that was aligned with the Learning Forward standards for professional learning. They failed to comply with all test security requirements for the implementation of the Mississippi statewide assessment system. Based on the audit findings, all testing materials were not secured as required by state law and state board policy. The district also failed to maintain documentation that the test administrators, proctors, and hall monitors were properly trained prior to the administration of all statewide assessments. Findings related to the kindergarten program include, but are not limited to, the district's failure to integrate all of the required curriculum into the lesson plans, to provide the parents with a kindergarten handbook, to provide expenditures for kindergarten materials and supplies, and they failed to protect students from environmental hazards such as broken playground equipment. The overall collection of the library failed to represent a well-balanced, broad range of current learning media that supports the district's approved current instructional management plan. Findings included, but were not limited to, the failure to offer completely automated print and non-print library collections, and failure to train the students and the teachers on how to use that automated system. The district also failed to provide adequate funding to purchase school library materials and resources. The district failed to ensure that all graduating seniors for school year 2019-2020 had met the minimum graduation requirements. The MDE reviewed 181 records for seniors of school year 1920 at Holmes County Central High School. The commencement program indicated there were 182 students that graduated. However, the MDE was unable to identify one of those students in MSIS. The district failed to provide documentation that the students had met the required number of Carnegie units for graduation, and the district allowed 31 students who did not earn the minimum number of Carnegie units to graduate and participate in graduation exercises. The Office of Special Education reviewed 6 records for students with disabilities to ensure those students had met the graduation requirements. All 6 records reviewed indicated that the district issued the students a certificate of attendance rather than a certificate of completion, which is required by state law. One student was issued a certificate of attendance, but the student's individualized educational program, or the IEP, indicated that a traditional diploma was the most appropriate exit option. One record failed to include evidence that a student had an active IEP for the 1920 school year, but that student received a certificate of attendance. Out of the 6 records reviewed, 2 of those students were allowed to graduate and to participate in graduation exercises without meeting the requirements for the certificate of attendance or completion. Therefore, 33 out of the 181 students that participated in graduation exercises did not provide evidence that those students had met the graduation requirement. Local board policies and district publications regarding the promotion, progression, and the retention of students are inconsistent, and they fail to include the statement that prohibits the retention of students for extracurricular activities. The MDE reviewed permanent records and cumulative folders for students enrolled in grades K through 12 for the 2021 school year. The permanent records and cumulative folders for all students failed to contain the required data, and they were not collected, maintained, and disseminated as mandated by law. Some of the examples include, but are not limited to, the records lack the required course grade information, daily attendance records, immunization documentation, residency documentation, and copies of the birth certificates to verify the age entry requirements. The district professional positions that require licensed staff are not filled by individuals who are properly licensed and endorsed as required by both federal and state law. Based on the MSIS personnel data report for school year 2021, the district reported over 198 full-time equivalency teacher units, or FTEs. And out of that, approximately 123 FTEs, or over 60% of the teachers in the district, did not hold a valid Mississippi teacher's license, or they lacked the proper endorsements for the subjects in which they were teaching. The MDE Office of Career and Technical Education monitors the implementation of the Career and Technical Education, or CTE, programs. Some findings include, but are not limited to, the district's failure to provide documentation that the CTE director spent 100% of his or her time on the duties and responsibilities related to CTE, failure to provide documentation of the alignment of the teacher schedule and the teacher budget, failure to provide documentation that the CTE students met the same challenging academic proficiencies that were taught to all other students. They failed to provide documentation that the required personnel participated in the IEP meetings. They failed to provide notice of non-discrimination policies, to provide documentation of program-specific professional development that was based on a needs assessment. They failed to provide annual documentation that the equipment was used in the program or project for which it was purchased, the physical inventories of the property were complete, and that results of the inventory were reconciled with the property records. And the district also failed to provide documentation of how loss, damage, and theft of property was documented in investigative and police reports. Prior to the initiation of this audit, the Office of Special Education was conducting intensive programmatic and fiscal monitoring of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. Child Find is a federally mandated process of identifying, locating, and evaluating children who may have a disability. This is an ongoing process, and State Board of Education policy requires that the district have in effect policies and procedures that ensure that all students ages 3 through 20 who are suspected of having a disability are identified, located, and evaluated. This audit established that the district does not have a comprehensive and effective child find and evaluation process in place. The district failed to have board-approved policies and procedures which reflect all the required components are in place for conducting these comprehensive evaluations. The district failed to ensure evaluation timelines were met, and they failed to ensure that students met the minimum criteria for determining appropriately the IDEA eligibility. Both federal and state law mandates that the district provide children with disability at a free and appropriate public education, or a FAPE, through an individualized education program, or an IEP. The district is required to ensure that each student's IEP is developed by an appropriate IEP committee, which includes the student's parent or guardian. The IEP shall contain required components that serve to ensure the IEP is designed to provide individualized instruction to meet each student's unique educational needs. The district failed to develop and implement IEPs for students with disabilities. Some findings include, but are not limited to, the fact that the IEPs fail to include and address all the required components of an IEP, such as the statements of how the student's disability affects their environment and their progress in the general education curriculum, student strengths, concerns of the parent, results of the most recent evaluations, academic development and functional needs of the student, descriptions of how the student progress toward meeting annual goals will be measured, the frequency and duration of services, and the supports for personnel. The district failed to ensure that the IEPs included appropriate post-secondary goals and transition services in the areas of training, education, employment, and independent living skills. And the district also failed to ensure that all students with disabilities had an IEP in effect for the 2021 school year. As a result of the district to implement federal and state mandates, students were either misidentified or denied the appropriate services in a timely manner, resulting in the denial of a student with a disability's right to a free and appropriate public education. The Office of Special Education also monitors compliance with IDEA physical indicators such as cost principles and expenditures, time and effort, physical requirements, inventory management, contracts and procurement, record retention, financial management system, financial audit, and written policies and procedures. As a result of these findings, the total amount of question cost for the district is $984,000 for fiscal years 2019, 2020, and 2021. And based on written documentation from the district to the Office of Special Education staff on June the 24th, the district does not have any additional evidence to support compliance. Therefore, it appears that the repayment of question costs will be required. The Office of Child Nutrition audited documentation at the district level and in one elementary school that was cafeteria that was participating in the child nutrition program. The district failed to deposit the July and August 2020 reimbursements to the Child Nutrition Fund until September the 30th, 2020. They failed to produce accurate records for MDE to review the net cash resources, and they failed to reconcile the due to and the due from ledgers, indicating loans to and from the nonprofit food service account during the 2019-2020 school year. The one elementary school that was monitored had excessive inventory on hand, failed to keep up-to-date temperature logs to demonstrate that all food was stored safely, to implement the required meal counting and claiming procedures, to verify that all meals served were received by eligible children, and to ensure that all meals served contained the required components, specifically milk. The Office of Federal Programs monitored the district's compliance with the Elementary and Secondary Education Act as amended by the Every Student Succeeds Act. The total amount of question costs for the FY 2020 school year is nearly $314,000. The district was identified in 2019 as high risk during an annual risk assessment. The question cost at that time was over $260,000. The district has reimbursed the MDE the $260,000 for the FY 2019 audit. However, there are still outstanding issues of noncompliance which have not been cleared. Many of the findings related to the 2020 fiscal year audit are the same findings that were identified in the 2019 audit. In summary, some of the 2020 audit findings include, but are not limited to, the district's failure to maintain proper controls of equipment, which resulted in missing, lost, or stolen items, and they did not follow proper purchasing laws to procure goods and services, resulting in question costs for fiscal years 2020. The district failed to provide policies and procedures and evidence of implementation in the following fiscal areas: accounting systems and fiscal controls, internal controls, records and information management, equipment management, personnel, procurement, equitable services, and general fiscal requirements. The district also failed to provide evidence of implementation for the following federal programs as required by law: level reservations and allocations to school, the McKenty-Vento Homeless Education Act, early childhood, supporting effective instruction, student support and academic enrichment programs, 21st Century Community Learning Centers, and school improvement. Overall, the MDE has some very serious concerns because the district has been allocated over $31 million in additional federal funding as a result of the pandemic. A comparison of the 2019-2020 and the 2021 MSIS personnel data reports with the employee contracts and salary schedules revealed numerous errors, omissions, and inconsistencies among the MSIS reports, the salary schedules, the master schedules, the list of staff, and the contracts. The district is non-compliant with federal and state laws and SBE policies requiring districts to provide safe and orderly schools. Findings include, but are not limited to, the district failed to provide documentation of all school safety drills, such as monthly fire drills, semi-annual tornado drills, semi-annual lockdown and intruder drills. The district failed to provide emergency packs in all classrooms. The school safety plans failed to provide 2 reunification points and 2 evacuation locations. During the July 8th board meeting, the superintendent, Dr. Powell, reported that the MOU with the Holmes County Sheriff Department would be discontinued due to lack of funds and the fact that the Sheriff's Department had not been paid in over 2 years. The reported amount due to the Sheriff's Department was $80,000. During the public comment of that same board meeting, several parents voiced concerns that without the presence of the Sheriff's Department on the campuses, that discipline would be out of control in the upcoming school year. As of Friday, July 30th, less than a week prior to the start of school on Thursday, the board had not approved a plan for security personnel or crossing guards. The district has a current inventory of 71 buses. The MDE inspected 50 of those 71 buses. The 21 buses not inspected were out of service for mechanical issues. The MDE noted multiple defects and significant safety issues on the buses that were inspected. The district failed to review documentation of the quarterly bus inspections and the maintenance of the buses. They failed to provide documentation of the required 2-hour in-service training per semester for bus drivers. The most recent documentation of that required training was from the school year 17-18, which was prior to consolidation. The district did not have the yearly motor vehicle reports on file for each bus driver, and they were unable to produce documentation that emergency evacuation drills for the buses were conducted at least 2 times during the 2021 school year. The district failed to provide clean sanitary facilities in a safe and secure environment. The findings in the report related to school facilities included numerous violations of life safety and fire safety codes. Some examples include second means of egress, inoperable fire alarms, expired fire extinguishers or lack thereof, inoperable emergency exit signs or lack thereof, exposed electrical wiring, unsecured electrical panels, unprotected lights and electrical outlets, and roof leaks. State law outlines the management responsibilities of the school district superintendent as required by state law and approved local school board policies. These requirements include implementing plans, procedures, programs, and systems that clearly define the desired results. The superintendents have failed to provide effective educational leadership in key areas, including instructional management, the management of district personnel, the effective implementation of board policies, and the development of board and community relations. Although the current superintendent, Dr. Powell, began serving on May 17, 2021, the Chancery Clerk's Office did not have records that she was bonded until July 21st of 2021. This is a direct violation of state law because the law states that a bond is required before entering the duties upon his or her office. The board failed to ensure that this bond was in place prior to allowing Dr. Powell to assume the role as the superintendent of the school district. The board also allowed Dr. Powell to drive a district vehicle without being listed as an insured driver on the district's insurance policy. The superintendent wrecked the vehicle on June 30th and was not listed as an insured driver. The student's daughter, who is also a district employee, was a passenger in the vehicle. The superintendents and board have failed to implement policies that clearly define and ensure the necessary plans, procedures, program, and systems are in place to serve all students. Current board policies do not serve as the basis of the operation, the day-to-day operation of the school district. Many of the board policies are inconsistent, missing, or incomplete. The board members fail to effectively perform its duties in a manner accordance to law. They fail to limit their responsibilities to matter of setting policy and assessing results. Based on observations of school board meetings, a review of official school board minutes, and admissions by the board members, the board has violated the Opens Meeting Act, inappropriately used executive sessions, failed to understand its role, had lack of knowledge of Robert's Rules of Order, failed to be properly bonded, failed to adhere to board policy, failed to limit its actions to the development of policies and the evaluation of effectiveness, interfered with the day-to-day operations of the district, acted beyond the scope of their authority and recommended staff for positions and vendors for contracts, had a practice of delaying action on personnel recommendations by either tabling or later rescinding those actions, voiced concerns of fellow board members breaching confidentiality of executive session items or discussions, spoke with members of the community regarding the district matters outside the board meetings, and failed to act with due diligence regarding the maintenance of buildings. A review of board meetings posted to Board Book from July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, revealed an excessive number of special call board meetings for the previous school year. Those Board Book indicated there had been 56 school board meetings. Of the 56 meetings, 44 were considered to be special called. The practice of excessive special called meetings has continued since Dr. Powell's appointment, and I'd also like to remind you once again that the majority of the board that is in place has been in place since the district was consolidated in 2018. On Friday afternoon, July 30th, the MDE was notified that the board had scheduled a special call board meeting for Friday night at 6 p.m. The agenda items for the special call meeting included, but were not limited to, the appointment of special counsel for the MDE status hearing, approval of an emergency purchase of HVAC systems for schools, approval to purchase 4 new school buses, the appointment of a new board member, and approval of the board members to speak at the MDE hearings on August the 2nd and the 3rd. Since the special call meeting was held on a Friday night following the delivery of the audit report earlier that week, it appears the district was seeking approval of these items prior to the commission meeting held on yesterday. Furthermore, it's even more alarming that the approval of the HVAC systems and the new school buses were granted only 3 business days prior to the start of the upcoming school year on Thursday. The MDE has received numerous complaints regarding the schools not having a proper air conditioning and the deficiencies that were noted on the school buses. At this time, I will ask Dr. Gavin, who is the MDE's Chief Operations Officer, to share findings and concerns related to the district's failure to comply with financial accountability requirements.
The Holmes County Consolidated School District's unaudited financial statements for the fiscal year ending on June the 30th, 2019 was released on March the 17th, 2021. On March the 23rd, 2021, the Office of the State Auditor informed Dr. Carrie Wright and the State Board of Education that a serious financial condition exists in the district for the 2019 fiscal year. Based on the most recent annual 2019 audit report, the district is financially unstable due to the material weakness and non-compliance as a result of the district not having adequate and complete records for an effective system of internal controls that ensure strong financial accountability and for safeguarding of both financial and federal program assets. The district failed to submit its annual financial audit report for the fiscal year 2018 by the March 31st deadline. The district also failed to submit its annual financial audit report for fiscal year 2019 by the Office of Management and Budget's extended deadline of September the 30th, 2020. The district's most recent annual audit report of 2019 found that the district failed to have a sound system of internal controls in place to ensure all assets are properly recorded according to the Financial Accounting Manual for Mississippi Public School Districts. The district received a disclaimer of opinion on the most recent 2019 financial audit. The statements in the report are not audited, they are unaudited. Simply stated, the district does not maintain adequate and complete accounting records to provide sufficient information for the fair representation of the basic financial statements. Since the district does not have adequate and complete records, the auditors were not able to apply other accounting procedures to satisfy the fair presentation of the financial statements. Due to the lack of clean records and unreconciled bank accounts, the true and accurate financial position of the district is presently unknown. It is not clear, after all accounts are reconciled and after federal funds will have to be paid back with state dollars, if the district will be in need of financial resources. The district also failed to ensure a proper system of internal controls for cash and bank accounts to be reconciled accurately and or timely. provide receipts for funds received after June the 30th as supporting documentation for accounts receivables, providing supporting documentation to substantiate the balance of accounts payable. And the district also had expenditure a difference of $690,000 between the amounts reported on the quarterly Internal Revenue Service Form 941 and the trial balance. And the district lacked supporting documentation for receivables to substantiate the account balance for revenue. The State Board of Education approved for the Mississippi Department of Education to hire a financial advisor for the district on April the 15th, 2021. The MDE then issued a competitive request for application for a financial advisor that met the qualifications that are outlined in state policy, which includes being a licensed business manager. The selected candidate began working in the district on April the 30th, 2021. In accordance with Mississippi Code 37918, the financial advisor appointed by the district shall approve or disapprove all expenditures and all financial obligations of the district. They shall ensure compliance with any statutes and State Board of Education rules or regulations concerning expenditures by the school district. The financial advisor shall review salaries and numbers of all district personnel and make recommendations to the local school board of any needed adjustments and work with the district's business office to correct all inappropriate accounting procedures and/or uses of school district funds and to prepare the school district's budget for the next fiscal year. Prior to the appointment of the MDE financial advisor in April of 2021, the district had contracted with Central Access, who is the vendor's district accounting system vendor, to provide technical assistance. Debbie Jones was one of the consultants working with the district on behalf of Central Access. After months of trying to clean up accounts, the financial advisor with Central Access notified the district in writing that due to the lack of records, there was nothing else that they could provide to the district. During the last 3 months, the MDE financial advisor has begun reconciling the 3 main bank accounts of the district that have not been reconciled in over a year. She has attempted to put internal controls in place to prevent non-compliance, waste, and unbudgeted expenses. Unfortunately, many of the preventive measures and processes that she has attempted to put in place have been met with resistance. Examples include, but are not limited to, vendors are performing services without contracts in place, fund accounts have negative balances, no standard hiring practices are being followed, classified employees, custodial workers, and teachers' assistants were moved from district maintenance budget to time-limited positions to accommodate the hiring of a technology director. Revenue and expenditure totals for federal grants cannot be reconciled between the accounting system and the grant system, which makes it difficult, if not impossible, to determine the remaining balances. District employees have attempted to purchase high-dollar assets without following state procurement laws that require you to get quotes and purchase at the lowest cost. Fixed assets have been donated to outside organizations but were never removed from the district's inventory. Assets that are valued at over $500,000 have not been added to the financial system. There have been excessive number of invoices dating back to March of 2021 that have not been paid. The board approved rescinding the security contract with the local sheriff's office with no plan in place to provide security or crossing guards to schools. And textbooks, digital or otherwise, have not been funded by the district since before the consolidation. Some schools have editions as old as 1998 and others have 2008 editions. The financial matters and the resistance of leadership to allow the financial advisor to implement and recommend strong internal controls as outlined in the law is a major concern to the Mississippi Department of Education. I will now turn it back over to Dr. Vanner for closing.
Thank you. As a reminder, the 2 districts were consolidated in the 18-19 school year. Therefore, there's only 1 year of performance data for the Holmes County Consolidated School District. And as you know, based on the federal waiver, the district maintained the same performance classification for the school year 1920. Since 2014, both the Holmes County and the Durant Public School Districts have been assigned a performance classification of a D or an F, and since that time, the majority of schools within both of those districts have been assigned a performance classification of a D or an F. In 2019, the newly consolidated district was assigned a performance classification of an F, And at that time, the district ranked in the bottom 5% of proficiency in reading. They ranked in the bottom 5% proficiency of all districts in math. The district had the lowest science proficiency in the state, and only 3.2% of the students scored proficient or advanced on the Algebra 1 end-of-course assessment. Currently, the district is ranked as 137 out of 140 districts. In summary, please be reminded that the 9 areas outlined earlier for you in accordance with Accreditation Policy 2.5.2 are the most serious and egregious findings of all accreditation standards, and I'd like to reemphasize that the district is non-compliant with all 9 of those areas. In summary, based on state law, the State Board of Education may determine that an extreme and emergency exists in the Holmes County Consolidated School District, and that emergency is related to serious violations of federal and state law and accreditation standards, serious violations or concerns regarding financial resources, inappropriate standards of governance, a pattern of poor academic performance, and failure to comply with standards that sustain a safe school climate. Due to time constraints, the MD has only provided the State Board of Education with a very limited overview of the areas outlined in the report that was provided to the district. We ask you that you review the materials that provided to you, and when appropriate, MD will be happy to address any questions you may have related to the findings outlined in the report for the Holmes County Consolidated School District.
Thank you very much. Do you have?
Ms. Altman, prior to the presentation, we failed to notify you that we had copies of the PowerPoint presentation for the board. So we have those if you would like one. We just failed to pass them out.
Thank you. Well, while we're making admissions here, I failed to mention that Dr. Ronnie McGehee, who's one of our board members, is joining us by phone today. He's ill, so he is present in the board with the board. He's just not in the building. So when questions time comes, he may have some questions he'd like to ask. As Holmes County comes to the table, while you're in transition, as a reminder, I understand you may have some additional or different people who are going to speak today that were not in the commission meeting. So you're welcome to that. It's just that all that has to be included in your 40-minute allotment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so very much.
And we need to hear from the president today. Is your president present?
Yes, ma'am, and she's
Okay.
going to be speaking first.
Oh, okay, good.
Board members, before we begin, let me take a look at this. There's no PII that's included in
Keep your books closed until the attorneys make sure that there's no PII in the booklets. We just have to make sure. So just keep it.
Excuse me. I'll introduce you.
Did you get one? We can share as time comes.
And they passed out stuff. So this was not.
What?
So my question is, are they allowed to submit
Additional, the day of.
that the commission didn't hear?
Just for informational purposes, we're having to review this because this information was not submitted to the commission yesterday. This is information that only has, the board is present, the district is presenting to the board today, so they're making certain that it's all appropriate.
No, you're fine. That wasn't. Okay.
Some issues.
Somebody stayed up all night running this off.
And you know, and some of the stuff that
Says,
No, they don't. So I'm gonna make it quick.
so what are we doing?
Pardon? No. Board, you have been provided a binder from the district. It is different than the binder that was provided to the commission for the board's understanding. Tab 1 has been revised. This is a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. Yes. Tab 2 is new. It provides the biography and resumes of personnel in the district. Tab 3, 4, and 5 were provided to the commission yesterday. Tab 6 has been modified with additional policies. And then tab 9 is new. Tab 9 is board
What about
certification.
7 and 8?
Pardon?
What about 7 and 8?
Those are unchanged. Those were provided to the commission. Is that correct, Mr. Webster? Yes. Tab 7 and 8? So the changes are in tab 1, tab 2 is new, tab 9 is new, and tab 6 has modifications. This was different from what was provided to the commission. I did not find any personally identifiable information in there related to students, so you all can review at your.
All right. Timekeeper, you ready? All right, you may begin.
Thank you. Let me start off by saying that the cough that you hear, I have asthma and I'm having difficulty. I just wanted you all to know that, but most certainly, I want to acknowledge our leader, Dr. Carrie Wright, and to you, Madam Chair, and the board members. I'm Dr. Deborah Powell. I'm the superintendent of Holmes County Consolidated School District. I've been appointed superintendent since May 17th of this year, and present with us in the room are our board president. We have our board secretary and a new board member here, and we have our vice president here. We have Mr. Primer, Mayor Primer. They're in the overflow area. He was the president of, mayor of Goodman Pickens. And we want to start off by saying good morning, and we thank you for the opportunity. And at this time, I'm going to digress and allow our board president, Mrs. Louise Winters, to present to you all. Thank you so very much for the opportunity.
Good morning, board. I hope you can hear me. Okay. My name is Louise Winters. I am the board's chair. I assumed the role in January 2021. Contrary to the demeaning and mean-spirit comments in MDE audit report, this board, as always, acted with one goal in mind: improving the district for the children of Holmes County. To that end, we've always had a board attorney by our side, Attorney Jim Keith, well-respected attorney. Attorney Ben Piazza, respected attorney also. We followed those individual counsel on procedures and policies review. The board has been trained on board governance, the role of the board versus that of the superintendent, financial oversight, and policy and procedures development. On June 8th, We received training on financial governance. MSBA hosted that training. The superintendent and finance department also attended that training. We also attended the MSBA South Regional Board Retreat, July 17th through the 20th, 2021. We have been required to learn on the fly. That is an understatement. Have we had to learn from our mistakes? Yes, we have. But let me be real. Our board has been significantly taxed. We dealt with constant turnovers at the administrative and principal level, unexplained decisions that negatively impact the district, and closed lines of communication with our prior superintendent. Yesterday, there were questions about the number of meetings we had. Most of those meetings were called by the then superintendent to address his constant staff turnovers. Our board minutes reflects that. Yesterday, MDE said that we recommended principals and interfered with day-to-day operation. That is so not true. We only voted on the superintendent's recommendations. Our board minutes reflects that. This board is trained, engaged, and ready to provide the oversight the district need to move forward with Dr. Powell as our chief executive. Thank you so much.
Now, going back to what the district is in fault of, being very candid with you, it's indefensible. It just is. The standards as it relates to 4 and 5, indefensible. The standards as it relates to the finances with federal government, indefensible. The standard as it relates to special education, indefensible. Was everything in that audit accurate? No, but who's perfect? While they were conducting their audit, we conducted our own. And I'm going to be very candid with you. I was so hurt from what we learned that had been happening in prior administrations or not happening that should have been happening for the children. The more we got into it, the more hurt I got. And then I'm going to be frank with you, I got angry because we did not have to fail the children of Holmes County the way we had done it. But I turned that anger into determination. I began to look at things that were taking place prior to sitting in the seat. I just remembered all of the things that I saw when the other administrators were in, looking at them even on the Zoom meetings and just saying it's not right. So I began to put together a plan, a strategic plan that included everybody and some changes that were taking place. At the time when I came in, it was very difficult because it was May. And I knew that we needed some major people for some major changes. And it was hard. So I began to reach out to district employees and ask them to reach out to their connections on the collegiate level so we can just talk to some of them about some people that they may know about. I cannot deny what has happened in the past. I cannot. But since May 17th, we've been doing things differently. We've been focused not on the adults, but focused on the children. And that's what's really important to us. And I'll admit this, in the past, people were just being put in place because of who they were. We didn't do that. When we looked at how bad our accounts payables were, we got somebody with 22 years dealing with accounts payable and brought them on board. When we looked at the way the federal programs was being ran, we sought and found someone under our own noses who had been a federal programs person, and she was moved to that area. When we looked at our HR, we decided to get someone in Dr. Shamil Mayers, who had helped develop as an intern the HR processes and things of that nature with MDE. The library situation. We needed somebody to come on board, so we enlisted someone with a library science degree to come and help fix what was happening in our libraries. When we looked at our fixed assets, that person was also replaced. Was it fun or comfortable having to rebuild the district from the ground up? No. But we knew we had to do it, and we didn't have a lot of time to do it. Our children are in session on Thursday. And as it relates to the wasteful spending, we saw it. When we conducted our audit of the 32 standards, by the time MDE came back with theirs, we already knew what the problems were, and we had begun to fix them. So what we're asking you today, we too acknowledge the past mistakes of the past administrations, but we're humbly asking you to look at us for what we look like today, not yesterday, but in this moment. That's what we're asking you to open your hearts and minds to look at. The people that we put in place, the processes that we've put in place. We are focused on what's necessary. And we know that our children start on Thursday coming to school. We know that their safety and security is important. But as stated, when we looked at $80,000 of a bill, especially in the midst of a pandemic, something was wrong with that. So yes, I did ask that we pull the MOU so that we can bring it more in line with the realities of the need, the monies, the services that should be rendered. And we were able to sit down with the sheriff and fix that. So we're going to have security when our kids come back on Thursday. When it was spoken of about the wasteful spending and things being approved without approval, I sent an email to all of the district employees and said, cease and desist on all spending until we can get more of a focus on what monies are there. Just stopped it all. We're trying, and we're putting some things in place. When you talk about special education, it shouldn't have been that way. The person who was dealing with special education, they're no longer with us as well. We sought out someone who was very versed, who loved our exceptional children, as we call them. And we were wonderfully, wonderfully pleased to find Dr. Nanya Thrasher. Dr. Thrasher had been through 2 MDE audits of special education. It may have taken them 3 years to fix all of that stuff, but she grabbed the bull by the horns. She worked with the staff. She looked at what was needed and necessary, and she was able to make it happen for them. Don't our students, our children of Holmes County deserve the same thing? Yes, they do. And so we were honored and pleased to be able to solidify her employment with us. And at this time, I'm going to let her come in her own way to talk to you about the major changes that we have put in special education and some of our plans. Dr. Thrasher.
Good morning, Dr. Wright and members of the board. I wish to speak with you all regarding some of the changes that we've made since my employment in the district on July 5th. Since my hire, we have hired a psychometrist who will ensure the assessment and placement of all students in special education or meet the deadline, the 60-day deadline that is noted by MDE's policies. We've also employed a program specialist who will be specializing in our Child Find and 504 with our 504 students. Both of these employees will ensure the day-to-day functions, referral to placement processes, and that all procedures in the special education department follow the Free and Appropriate Public Education, FAPE, as well as Individuals with Disabilities Act's IDEA. The Office of Special Education has also developed a strategic plan. The purpose of that plan is to define the structure of programs for students with disabilities in order that they may access standards-aligned content, high-quality learning environments, individualized support, and resources in the least restricted environment with priority placed on meaningful student involvement. We've also developed a monthly IEP monitoring and protocol schedule. Our SPED records have been transferred from the district site to every school site. That SPED transfer of records occurred on July 28th through July 30th. We will make sure that all of our SPED records are in compliance as we work with our MDE assigned educator in residence. We have developed adequate transition plans that are outlined in this strategic plan. Our strategic plan has prioritized 6 things: communication, curriculum and instruction, inclusion, transitions, college and career readiness, as well as post-secondary education, professional development of staff, and sound fiscal and procurement management. We have also ensured that we have ongoing meetings with the Holmes County Central High School personnel to ensure that graduation requirements to include Carnegie units and statewide assessments are being met. Our first meeting was held on August the 2nd. All policies as it relates to the Office of Special Education have been revised and will be board approved on August 12th. All contracts for related services for our students have been board approved, some on July the 8th and the additional ones on August 12th. The Office of Special Education has also developed a contingency plan in the event that our students will have to go home and attend school virtually. This plan does outline and ensures that both FAPE and IDEA are provided. The purpose of our contingency plan is to provide special education teachers with the necessary policies and procedures that they will need to ensure a FAPE educational benefit to include related services are provided to students in the event of school closure. Additionally, we have had ongoing collaboration with our MDE assigned educator in residence, and our meeting with Ms. Hunter is to help to ensure that we have all programmatic compliance. Our meeting dates have included July 15th, August 11th, as well as August 18th. The Office of Special Education will participate in ongoing professional developments to ensure best practices and address programmatic deficits. Our current schedule for professional developments are August 20th, September 22nd, as well as October 2021. The Office of Special Education will provide evidence that budgets and expenditures are allowable, reasonable, meet program intent, and aligned with approved application and amendments on file at the MDE. The Special Education Department personnel is reviewing all procurement findings and will respond accordingly with the established timeline set forth by the Mississippi Department of Education, and will ensure that procurement process is followed as outlined by the Mississippi Department of Education Office of Procurement. There is in our audit findings $948,000 questionable costs. When we began looking at the documents, 2 things occurred. Either our documentation is completely incomplete or the documentation does not at all exist. However, to correct that finding, we are working with our MDE assigned financial advisor as well as our business office personnel within the district to help correct these findings and deficits. Thank you all.
On yesterday, MDE talked about our deficiencies in special education. I just wish they would have had an exit interview with us so that they could talk with Dr. Thrasher and talk with us about some of the changes that we had already implemented. We've been drinking from a proverbial water hose, trying to get open for school because of COVID-19 and trying to get policies and procedures. And when it was mentioned that I was calling special meetings, well, I had to, because we needed policies and procedures in place before school started. I had just come May 17th, and as indicated by the presentation from MDE, that would left a lot to be desired. So we tried to plug those holes up so that we can be ready to start school off. As it relates to the buses and the ordering of those things, as we find the monies and the opportunities, we meet with our financial advisor, our department chairs do, and then we get to ordering those things. We are on a fast track. We are behind the 8 ball, but we are not who that audit says we are. Not today. We are doing things differently. Now, in addition to bringing on Dr. Thrasher, we looked at what happened with our graduating students. The students did have the 24 Carnegie units, but what the administration and counselors did not do is transfer from the official transcript to the cumulative folder those details that should have been on there. So it was there, but the auditors, and we admit, should not have had to look for it. It should have been done. You know, we can cite COVID restrictions and all of that, but we're an administration that's not going to accept any excuses. We have to get it done for the children. We have to look at the documentation. After learning about the graduation issues, we spent a half a day with the counselors. We have someone on board who is very versed in being the leader of our counselors. The person that was doing it no longer with the district. We've made a lot of changes. And so we brought on a young lady that we really feel will do what is necessary in making sure that we do that. And so to that end, we have appointed Dr. LaShonda Catchings. She was a part of that half-day training. And the week of August 9, we're going to hold additional trainings for the counselors. And all of our counselors will be required to do the mandated webinar that MDE has and regarding the ISPs. That's going to take place on September 1st. We're giving our students the resources that they need, including Excel counseling services. It's noted in the audit that we didn't have some counseling services for our Graduates Within Reach program, which is our alternative site. Well, we have the counseling services of Life Help that's already on board and available in the buildings at each school. We are going to expand them to our alternative site. But we met with them earlier in my 76 days or 77 today of tenure and wanted to expand because we knew that the kids were going to be coming off of COVID and we're going to have a myriad of issues to deal with, not only with the children, but also with our teachers and staff. And so we enlisted the services of Marion, and they are going to provide services for our students, and they're going to be on the campuses and on every campus. And they're also going to provide services for our teachers and their families, because we want them as whole as we can have them be to be ready to service our children. We have a new principal at the high school, Dr. Kerry Gray, and he verified the changes that we needed to make, and he's working in concert with our person who's going to be over Dr. Catchings, our graduation and documentation and color-coded folders, and we're going to have monthly checks, and there's a person, Dr. Catchings, who's one of our coordinators downtown, that's going to check monthly, and they're going to have to do reports. We've looked at all 32 standards, and we've assigned someone to each standard for accountability. They will be checking every week, and on every Monday at 10 o'clock, when the leadership team meets, we're going to discuss the findings. They're going to be required to have the binders labeled, the binders segregated, where we will have different pieces of information in there. So we'll be able to go and pick up the binder based on the color coding to know what's missing and what's not. And we're going to be checking on that kind of thing. And on July 19th, we just did another review. And then on the 27th of July, from the elementary school, we're going to be doing what's necessary. The elementary school counselors are going to be meeting with the high school counselors so that we can have that transition, because some of our kids get grades and credits on the 8th grade level, but they just get lost. So we're going to be having those sessions that are necessary to make sure that we accelerate that process. Now, let's look at the issue of the teacher shortage, something that's going around the whole nation, and at least in 53 school districts here in this particular state. Unfortunately, the state is having difficulty finding teachers in grades 4 through 6. We're just not having a lot of people go into the teaching profession. But we didn't use that as an excuse. We have at 55% of our teachers, they are actually on emergency licenses. And so what we did was, under the leadership of Dr. Mayers, is we said we can't just have that. And so to accelerate the process, we have a multifaceted approach. To date, representatives from the education departments of Alcorn State University, Mississippi Valley State University, and Jackson State have been working with our teachers and our administrators who lack standard certifications. Following that meeting, each teacher, when they have them, with all of them, will have an individual certification plan, explaining how they will obtain the standards that are necessary prior to June 2020. That's our date. JSU also created a 5-week program, and we thank them for that, for teachers to gain their 3-year licenses by December. And the subsequent intern program that will happen, they will be able to earn a 5-year license by May 2022. So we're on a fast track to try to get the right teaching in front of our children, just as I'm sure every district is trying to do. We're also strengthening our professional development programs with Dr. Shamil Mayers. She's our assistant superintendent. Her resume is included there, and I'm happy to announce for the first time, we've submitted information to the PGS portal. That wasn't taking place at first. That's why they were noting that we weren't documenting things and submitting those reports. Well, we are now. Even when I first came in, we conducted evaluations of our administrators and our teachers, and we uploaded them into the portal. That had not been done since the consolidation. And so we're changing things, and we are documenting things, and we are getting things together. We have updated our PD system, Frontline, and purchased Learning Forward. Our professional development will be approved on August 12th. Next, I would like to talk about the plan that we put in place. I've appointed 2 curriculum coordinators, Dr. Shem Wiggum and Dr. LaShonda Catchings. Dr. Shem Wiggum is going to be our coordinator for math and science. Well, she has experience in moving schools from an F to a C. Had been celebrated in the state for having the highest science scores and percentage of people moving at one time in the 5th grade. She's going to be able to effectuate change in all of our science and math teachers to help them and build them and work with them and provide much-needed resources. The same thing with Dr. LaShonda Catchings. Dr. Catchings, too, has a record of moving school districts from schools from an F to a C. She has served as the assistant curriculum person at MDE for social studies. We were able to, in a short period of time, bring on some powerhouse people who have tried and true records of really producing things so that we will let you all know and that the people of Holmes County know that we know you've been abused. We know that you're hurting. But we're putting together and have put together a team that's not like our predecessors. We didn't just put people in place because we thought it was a good idea for political expediency. We even moved some of the staff in positions in the district that fit the needs of the children. That's why you probably have heard that we moved half of our principals and we shifted them to where their strengths were. If we had a principal that was really versed in instructional strategies and instructional delivery, they were really good at that. But then the previous administration moved them to be the principal, to have to be responsible for all these different moving pieces. Well, that wasn't good enough. We moved them to where the needs were for the children so that we can grow them. And that has been very important. And so both Dr. Catchings and Dr. Wiggum have served in an area of curriculum leadership on district levels and even one on the state level. And what I'm happy about and wonderfully pleased to announce is that Dr. Wiggum and Dr. Mayers have now created our first STEM program in the district. We're preparing our children to be competitive with this 21st century learning, not just for Mississippi, not just for the United States, but we have to show the world that we have quality students and people here in the state of Mississippi and especially in Holmes County. Now, to ensure curriculum compliance, we want to make sure that you know that they're going to monitor and review the lesson plans. We've moved to an online-based system where they can do that, and it's consistent with the district's IMS monitoring protocol tool, and we're going to make sure that it's conducted with fidelity. On July 26th through the 30th, we presented Project Elevate. Project Elevate was our summer program where we were partnering with Kids First and WIN, just to name a few, and our coordinators, and developing additional in-house professional development tools took place. And I'm happy to announce that the concepts that we have of drilling down the data, meeting the needs of the students, identifying the data in the tiers, where the students who are below basic will get tailor-made instruction to help move them up. The kids who are in the yellow intermediate area will get what they need, and the people will get the resources and the support from central office. Then the students who are proficient, we have to push their learning. We have to make sure that we just don't rest on the fact that they're proficient, but they need to become advanced, and we need to give all of them what we have. And we identified them during the summer, and we had some students that were in our session. They had come to us after COVID during the summer. When we did the evaluation and the assessment of them, they were 2s and 3s. By the time that session was over, they were at 3s and 4s. So we know that the instructional protocols and processes and focus that we put together is going to change our students' abilities academically. While we're working simultaneously on the recordation of things, the documentation of things, and all of those, we're simultaneously working with some doctors and some experienced people on making sure that our students will be achieving academically. And so that's good for us. And we know that there were issues with our textbooks. The previous administration, they were purchasing textbooks that didn't even coincide with what the state was doing. It was stated that we hadn't gotten financial oversight approval for the textbooks, that we hadn't submitted anything to them. Well, it happened before April when we had ordered the textbooks. And so we were having textbooks ordered, and we were having some more. But we put someone in place in Dr. Felinda Travis. We put her there because we needed someone who understood the processes of ordering and documenting. She also has experience with federal programs. We knew that our federal programs were out of whack because we did our own internal audit, and I just wanted to pull my hair out when I saw it because it just didn't make any sense. And the person that was responsible for that, no longer with the district. We had to make some tough decisions about who to put in place, but it was an easy decision to make when they just weren't doing their jobs for the children. And so we just did what was necessary. And we brought Dr. Felinda Travis on, and she looked at our library situation, and we want to be right with everyone else with the digital opportunities. So we enlisted the services of a person who's has her certification in library science. And we walked through and we mapped out and put together a program where over a 5-year period, we will be in total compliance, but we have to start with the reality of where are we going to get the monies from? And so they've been looking at the monies that we have in our federal programs, and they are moving ahead with trying to get things together. And it was just unimaginable that during the consolidation, most of the textbooks and all of those kinds of things were still left in Durant. The consolidation just didn't take place right, but we're not who we were. We're moving on ahead, and we have purchased already the majority of the K-12 population books for our K population and our younger kids, and we're just doing our very best to make sure that we do what is necessary. And we have the monies for our 3 to 5 year plan. Let me say this. Due to poor HR, and let me state this, the person that was running our HR department, they're no longer there either. We have someone who's focused in Dr. Mayers. So we did fail to report things in a timely manner. We did that, and we must admit that we did. And so as of June 30th, we've timely updated our salary data in MSIS. We've conducted a district-wide personnel inventory and secured personnel files. We are on track to meet the September 30th, 2022 deadline to upload our teachers' class information. We're reviewing every employee's contract to make sure that the job descriptions are in compliance and that they are, in fact, getting the salaries that the board approved with the salary scale. We've hired 2 MSIS clerks to help to this regard. They had training on the 24th and the 25th of June. And so we made sure that we were giving them the training, and we will most certainly do the oversight to make sure that they're inputting the data that's necessary. Dr. Sargent conducted that. He deals with our testing and accountability processes. And let me state this. We were negligent with not providing documents in a timely fashion to the auditors. Some of the manuals were filed away in file cabinets, and some of the documentation, for example, we were cited in Standard 16 rather, about not having the proper information to provide for them as it relates to our testing protocols. Everyone had been trained, but they didn't produce the documentation. They had been told not to have keys and things of that nature in a door, and their excuse was inexcusable. They talked about the fact that different people had to go in and out. No, we're not doing that. That's not right, and we fixed that because we're going to have an additional monitor coming in, and we're going to have stringent training as it relates to that. Now, when it comes to our budget, well, MDE, thank you for sending us someone to help take care of the budget, our finances. But we knew that we needed someone on board. In our conversations with our budget person, our financial advisor, Ms. Burke, when we were going through the interview processes, she was scratching her head when we were finished interviewing with people saying, I need some help. I need somebody that I don't have to just train on everything. So we found a 22-year-old, 20 years of educator person in Ms. Washington. Ms. Washington has also served 12 years as a business manager. And so right now, her and Ms. Burke are splitting the duties. While Ms. Burke is working on one part, she's working on the other. And she knows how to reconcile bank statements and knows the processes and reporting documents in an accurate fashion. And so we're really, really, really pleased with that. Now, child nutrition, we've fixed those things. They order more food than they should have because during the school year, You know, you have to have a selection for the children, and during the summer, we had to just give them what we needed. We fixed the fire alarm issues and things of that nature, and the emergency evacuations, and we're going to be doing the fire drills, and we're going to be doing a bus drill. The first week that we're here, we're fixing those things as it pertains to the leaks in the building. We have old buildings, and we have monies to fix the roofs, and we've done a request for the bids. Now, let me say this. We've been in office since May 17th. We admit what was happening in the past. It did happen, most of it. But that's not who we are now. To bring a conservator in now or a superintendent, they will do the exact same thing that we've done, but the difference is it will put us further back. We're asking for an opportunity to do what we do best, and that's serve these children. We put the proper people in place. We are ready for school. And I was pleased to hear the MDE representative say that they're not asking that you strip us of our accreditation. They just wanted it to be noted. But we want you to note this too. We are not who we used to be. We have put the right people in place. I've been in office 77 days. I'm humbly asking if you must put us on probation, because we're going to show you that the plan that we have put together is going to work. And we're going to work it with fidelity. And we thank you for this opportunity. And we would just simply ask that you give this young 77-year-old, 77-day. Well, that's a part of my personality. You may as well know I'll mess up some stuff. But the 77-day administration, time to implement what we put in place, because we know that it's working. And we want to work with MDE. Just as I learned that we have been asking MDE for some help prior to my coming in, and they have been helping. And we appreciate that. We're all in this together. We just want a chance to do what we do best, and that's serve the people of Holmes County, make them happy, prepare our children for the 21st century, and just do a good work. We are Holmes County, but we're a part of the state. Where our children go, we go. And we always hear people saying that the children are our future. Well, we submit to you today that the quality of that future it is dictated on the quality of their present. We put people in place. We removed the other people who were a result of that audit. We admit that we made mistakes in the past, but that's not who we are. So we ask that you would judge us for who we are now, not for the mistakes of our past. Thank you all so very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Powell. At this point now, the board may ask questions of those who have made presentations or anyone else that's associated with MDE that you think might be able to provide pertinent information or clarification, the same of the Holmes County District, anyone that they may have that can provide us information. After the questions, the board will entertain some closing arguments from legal representative of the district, and then also have closing arguments for the legal representative from the Office of Accreditation, and each attorney will have 10 minutes to present their comments. And there will be a timekeeper on that. So we will open it up for discussion, and I will ask the first question of you, Dr. Powell. I haven't, in the presentation, it hasn't been made clear on the Holmes County teacher roster or employee roster, you're listed as a principal assistant in Holmes County. Can you tell, prior to taking over the administration, or I know you were a principal at the Pasco Academy of Fine and Performing Arts in Kansas City and a principal of a high school in East St. Louis, or in St. Louis, prior to this job. So were you a principal in Holmes County? That's
I know.
not been clear to me.
And I asked, when I saw that, I asked the previous administration to please update that because it was inaccurate.
Okay.
I was hired as the principal of William Sullivan Middle School when I got here to Mississippi. And then from there, they moved me to the high school as a principal on special assignment. And when I talked with the previous administration and asked them to make that adjustment and that change, they just didn't.
They didn't. So how long have you been in administration prior to becoming superintendent in the Holmes County School District?
I was in the Holmes County School District from 2019 to 2020. COVID hit in March, and then the superintendent, the former superintendent, decided to non-renew all administrators. And the only way you were able to get a hearing was you had to have that 1 day over 2 years, and I had just come. And so the only people that he recommended back were the people that he brought to Holmes County, and I was not one of them, and so he didn't recommend me back.
So in the course of I'm just trying to get this straight. In one academic year, you were a principal at Sullivan, and then he moved you on a special assignment to central office or wherever?
Yes, ma'am.
Office or the high school?
Or to the high school, I'm sorry, I may have
And I just assumed you said high school,
No, well,
so we're on the same page.
okay. How many students are in the Holmes district?
Right now, we have 2,557.
Okay, and out of that, how many employees, do you know roughly how many employees you have?
We actually have 239 teachers and 354 employees overall.
Okay, and you referenced briefly a salary schedule, or you worked on a salary schedule. Does the district have a salary schedule?
Yes, ma'am, they do. And when we looked at the salary schedule, when we got in, we looked at it and I was like, are you kidding me? That salary schedule that they had, it was just so out of whack. And so we asked the board to just take some things out, because they had, for every person that's hired, if you have a master's degree, you'll get $3,000. If you have an EDS, you'll get an additional $3,000. And if you have a doctorate, you'll get an additional $3,000. That just didn't make sense. So the board took those elements out.
Well,
So we do have
that
a
leads
salary
me to
scale.
my question. On the website in 2020, it indicates that you're paying a bus driver $59,000. And that's considered a part-time job. Most districts, that's a $20,000 job, $22,000 job. But I mean, I have it right here. There are two bus drivers making above $50,000. That's a lot of money you could be putting in that classroom, is my question. So,
Is that-
I have one other question, then I'll open it up to the
Okay.
board.
Yes,
You mentioned your contract with the sheriff's department.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, have you signed that contract? Is that contract operational? And have you had training with those employees who are going to be in your school as to appropriate measures and behaviors that they are to take while they're on duty in school? It's not like working on the street, so.
When we met with the sheriff's department, he told us that he would provide the training for those officers that he's going to put in there. There also is going to be a SRO that's going to monitor them. We sat down and we mapped out that MOU with the sheriff, and he's pleased with it, as are we. Right now, that MOU is before the board for approval, because we worked really hard, but he is ready and postured to take the seats that are necessary on Thursday. Also, I want to point out, you're not the only one that looked at that salary and said, are you kidding me? Those things have been out of whack. That's part of the problem. They weren't following a salary scale, because right now our bus drivers, I don't know if I could.
Well, that one just jumped out.
They don't make-
There were
they-
any number, I mean, you have classroom teachers, as I said, aren't making that money, and that one jumped out, but there were a number, and on this website, it said that these salaries are like 240% beyond the average salary, and I've forgotten the percentage that's above what the median income is in Holmes County. I mean, I understand you got to pay people, but that one just jumped off the page at me, so.
And that one and many
But
more.
to answer, I don't think you answered my question. The contract or the MOU that you're, have developed with the Sheriff's Department, is that in place? Have you signed that? Has the board approved it?
The board is going to approve it tonight because
In
we
a
were still in
special call
negotiation.
meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I have some more, but I'll let the other board open up and ask questions. If you'll raise your hand, I'll recognize you if you have questions. Miller?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. When you discussed the financial piece, if I followed you correctly, you have a new person in charge working alongside of the MDE person.
Yes, and she's entitled our finance supervisor because Ms. Burke still stands in as our quote-unquote CFO, but she is the district's person that's working with Mrs. Burke.
Has there been any restructuring of your finance office? I know you have that person, but has there been a restructuring? Has there been, and the second piece of that is has that new structure been put in front of the board for approval to change
Yes.
the systems?
Yes, sir. We only had 4 people in our finance department. Prior to my coming on, we didn't have anybody to lead the finance department, so that's when Ms. Washington came in. The accounts payable person that was there, we found bills right before we were getting ready to close our books. Ms. Burke and I just looked at each other like, are you kidding me? And she showed me some pictures of some documents that hadn't been opened. And so we've removed that person, and we brought someone in with 22 years of experience in accounts payable. The person that's dealing with purchasing and our person who's dealing with our insurance and things of that nature, they have been through the training, and we're working with them. And we're in the process of getting an automated system where they can upload those kinds of information and we can see things at a glance. So we've done a restructuring of 50% of it.
Also, too, when I read through both the state auditor's report and then the separate report done by the independent auditor, one of the things that was very concerning to me is the lack of internal controls over the accounting portion of the district. Have new policies been developed, presented to the board, approved, anything like that to fix those issues? Because as I read both of those reports, they could not comment on the financial condition of the district because they didn't have enough information. And to me, that's alarming.
And to me, it was alarming. Ms. Burke and I have discussed different policies that need to be put in place, and at one point, I shared with her, well, I'll go and write up this, and she says, don't worry about it, that she's putting together a complete financial processes and procedures policy. I don't know where she is in that process, but we have been training everyone, and quite frankly, we've been trying to figure out where the monies are and trying to put things together. But from May 17th, or probably since she came in, the recordation issues that we were having with people not providing detailed information on their purchase orders and not knowing those things have been rectified from this point on, but we're still trying to put things together. So in addition to trying to start school with some fidelity now, we're still having to simultaneously clean up and try to figure out what had happened in the past. I'm going to be very candid with you. The entire system from 2018 until now, it's just inexcusable, indefensible. So there were some major things taking place, but those are not the same policies and the same procedures and the same oversight and the same attention to detail and the same accountability processes and the same people. They're no longer there. We have removed them, and we put someone in finance who could help take things from Mrs. Burke to where she doesn't have to train everybody on everything. So that's why they've divvied up the responsibilities. So we have 2 people simultaneously working on shoring up those books on that end, making sure that the processes going forward are appropriate on the other side. And then we have that person in Dr. Felinda Travis looking at our federal programs, making sure that all of the documentation is being done right, and making sure that within the federal program, we're making sure that we have those things that are necessary for our special education department. So we've revamped the whole district, and we have processes in place. We have policies that have gone with some of them. And so as we find them and as we look at the good best practices and things of that nature, we put it before the board for a policy vote.
Okay. And just so I'm clear with my question, have there been specific policies presented to the board concerning the financial operation of the district that have been adopted yet?
Yes, sir. Namely, is that
Go ahead.
your follow-up question? Namely, when it goes to the reimbursement, travel reimbursement and things of that nature, that policy has been placed before them. We have made it very clear that the trainings will take place, and so we've discussed that with the board. As it relates to the processes of making sure that these things don't happen, I presented to the board during my interview what I thought, those 6 internal audit issues that the auditors listed. I wrote to those, talking about there needs to be a 2-person process, where if things come in for accounts payable, and let's just say that it's a situation where this person receives those things, and it's with the credit card, something that was coming in, that shouldn't be the same person who's involved with taking care of the issues of the credit card. We had not had a 2-part system. When they first came, when I first came, the person came to me to bring me the bank information. And I said, what am I supposed to do with this? She says, well, the previous administration would always take that to the bank. I said, where are the documents that are signed by 2 people that the accurate amounts of monies are actually in it? So we've done that and put in that 2 people have to sign off on that to make sure that it's accurate. So those kinds of things have been put in place.
That's all I have right now.
Dr. McGehee, do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you very much. Superintendent, and one of the biggest, let's just say, preparations that superintendents do prepare for school year is make sure you're fully staffed. Say you're opening up on Thursday. At this time, can we say to the board that you are fully staffed at home school district?
We have 4 present openings. As it relates,
Certified or not certified?
these positions, we have the 4, we need 2 of them, no, 3. 3 of them we need certification for. We have candidates that qualify for the positions that we're going to have to work with them in order to get them certified, and another one is a librarian.
So are you saying that all of your other candidates in the school district are certified proper instructors?
Well, when you talk about properly certified, if you're not including emergency licenses and temporary certifications, then no, sir, we don't. But if you include those, we have about 60 of our staff members that are slated to actually go in and get the training and put together an academic plan with the universities that we've partnered with, and so that we can get them certified. That's when, during the presentation, I mentioned about the Jackson State agreement that we have, and the focus that we're going to have to actually have them certified through 2022 as it relates to getting the initial certification. So we're working towards that end, just as I imagine every school district is, but we're working hard on it, and we're partnering with people.
By looking at the numbers that I saw from school year 2018-19, you had a total enrollment of 3,094, and you reported today that you're expecting 2,557 students. Now, that's a drop of 537 students, and I'm assuming pre-K through 12. Is that correct?
Well, with our pre-K, the numbers that I gave you, they don't include pre-K. We normally get about 200 students coming in. Those were just the K-12. And so that's where we are.
Okay, but it appears that your employee numbers are going up, or really not decreased as much as your students have decreased. What's your plan for that?
Well, due to the COVID restrictions with the minimalization of the 3 feet apart, and some of our students were slated to have, be in a classroom with 30 students, we've had to hire more people in order to accommodate the split classrooms that are going to have to happen so that we would not violate the CDC guidelines of the 3 feet apart within the classroom. And so that is why COVID-19 is making us adjust on many issues, and that was one of the tenets in ESSER. It was letting us know that the ESSER monies can be utilized to get those additional people on board. And so we've been following the guidelines, and that will account for that. Now, the exiting of some of the students, I can't account for that. It might very well be as a result of what the other parents knew about the audit. But that's not who we are today, Mr. McGehee.
Well, a good number of activities by superintendents over the years, especially during summertime, counselors chase students to not enroll for the next year. So I hope that you look at seeing where they're located at this point in time. I have a question for your board member.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Winters,
The Prince Powell Rucker,
pardon me just a minute, Dr. McGee. Let her come to the table, please.
okay, your president, correct?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Since Superintendent Powell Rucker retired, you've had a number of superintendents since then. Could you tell me their names and their length of stay?
I want to be clear with the question.
Powell Rucker retired as superintendent a few years ago.
Did you say, excuse me, did you say?
Powell Rucker.
I'm not familiar with Powell Rucker. That would, now the former board president would be. There was actually 2 districts consolidating. That was the Durant district and the Holmes County district. I myself came from the Durant district, and I'm not familiar with Powell Rucker. So, would you like the other?
Powell Rucker was your former superintendent who was elected in Holmes County. And since then, I believe you've had Angela Meeks, correct?
Angela Meeks, that's correct, but Angela Meeks was not there. She served as an interim with the consolidation of the Holmes County and Durant board. There was actually 3 boards. There was a
Correct.
Holmes County board, the Durant board, and the Consolidated District board. So I was not familiar with Dr. Meeks. She served as an interim, merging the districts. So I did not know, much about Dr. Meeks at all.
One of the board's duties to ensure a smooth transition from one superintendent to another. Has the board ever initiated a leadership mentor program for new superintendents?
Did we initiate new boards?
Did
No,
you,
superintendent leadership program.
yeah, do you have a superintendent's leadership program to grow your own, so to speak, superintendent? Is that what you're saying, Dr. McGee?
That is correct, yes.
Well, or a mentorship type program?
I'm not familiar with one, but I do know that our superintendents had training. They went to different trainings to grow it within the district. I did hear of the new appointed superintendent of the Consolidated District say that we're going to grow our own, but that plan did not come to the board. He only spoke of it.
Okay, last question. When you have a transfer, and the new superintendent comes in, obviously we talk about making sure they're bonded. At this time, are all your school board members bonded, or they have a written bond?
We have a newly elected board member. Appointed board member. And the process right now is that the administrative secretary is getting all that work done. The board member was just appointed at our previous meeting. So the transition is being done now. And all other board members are bonded.
And so all board members at present time are all bonded. That's what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no more questions at this time, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I do, Ms. Winters, while you're at the table, let me ask you a couple of things. According to the Mississippi School Board Association, you, along with other members of your board, received 112 hours, 112.6 hours in training in 2021. Now, it was virtual.
Okay.
It was
Yes,
virtual
ma'am.
training. And I know you've been on boards prior. You said you were on the board in Durant. So I assume you've attended some of those sessions too.
Yes.
Is your board, or are you personally aware of the fact that you have a personal financial liability for any of these funds that have been misspent according to the audit?
I'm well aware of that. Yes, ma'am, I am.
Does that not behoove the board to be very audacious in their oversight?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's obvious there hasn't been much governance going on in the school system.
Exactly. Let
How
me
long
just
have you
be,
been on
let
the-
me just be,
May I
Yes,
interrupt?
ma'am.
How long have you been on the board?
Holmes County, the Consolidated District.
Yes.
At the beginning, 2018.
Okay, so
Which
you've
would be
been
3 years.
3 years,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And then prior to that, you were on the Durant board.
Yes, ma'am.
And how long were you on that board?
Well, I'm the 28-year member that they're talking about, up to 28 total. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
When it came to our finances, we were just so sure that in our consolidation that Dr. Deborah, no, I don't know if she's a doctor, but I will say, help me with her name, Deborah Jones. I'm sorry. The state had MDE had appointed her to be our advisor and merging the district. Well, we had all confidence in what she was doing. And she would give us the reports, and they was all well, and everything was going fine. So we were confident that all the reports was being handled correctly. We would have our question and answer session, and everything was going good. I don't recall when Ms. Jones left the district because the superintendent never informed us. And, you know, there was so much said that the board would interfere with day-to-day operation. If you start asking too many questions, even though we knew that the board was involved with the finance and the overseer of finance. So we was confident in Ms. Jones. And then when the newly appointed superintendent brought in his own financial advisor, well, we was under the impression that Ms. Jones was to work a year before and a year after the consolidation.
She lasted about 6 months. Is that about right?
Even as of now, I can't give you the exact length of time she stayed after the consolidation.
About 6 months, I think, according to the records here in the.
Yes,
According to
ma'am.
the records here in the department, she lasted about 6 months.
Yes, ma'am. And she did say, when she came in as Central Access this past year, school year, and the board asked her when did she leave, she did say shortly after the business manager was dismissed. She started seeing a difference in them and in the finance, and so she left.
Any other questions? Dr. Bass and then Mr. Jacobs.
I have a few questions. So, the question is for Ms. Winters.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you talk to me about your, process for the search of this new superintendent? I know that she was brought on just in April, but I know the other superintendent, resigned. Is that correct? Or?
The former
The former superintendent.
They said we had 4 superintendents.
Okay.
Okay, we had one, Dr. Henderson was the new appointed superintendent of the consolidated district.
Okay.
After that, MSBA, he resigned. He
Okay.
took he resigned. The school district asked MSBA to help us search for a superintendent, but at the same time, we had to have a superintendent in place. And so MSBA recommended Will Russell. That's the second. Will Russell was a retired superintendent. He could only serve 6 months. At the end of that 6 month, he recommended the assistant superintendent, Bentori. And from there, MSBA was still doing our search for a superintendent. They were only there until we got a superintendent. So MSBA did our search 100%,
Okay.
superintendent search.
And was the result of the search was you as the superintendent?
Thankfully, yes.
Okay. My next question is about, and maybe Dr. Gavin has to help me out. I'm just trying to clarify a piece of what's happening with the finances. So the audit has come. The results of the audit, in a lot of places, they're saying that it's not able to be audited. Is that right, Dr. Gavin? Because of inaccurate records or incomplete records.
Dr.
I
Gavin, why don't you come to the
to the table.
I'm sorry, state your question
Okay,
again.
so I'm just trying to clarify what is happening with their finances. So, in the independent audit and the audit that's being done now by MDE, is there the results of that? The outcome of that audit is that it's inconclusive because there haven't been enough record keeping. But there are some figures that we have that sort of indicate that there may be some monies that need to be paid back.
Okay, so the districts are required by state law to have an independent financial audit done each year. And the district engaged with an independent CPA firm for the year 2019. And because of the lack of records and the missing documentations, the independent auditor issued a disclaimer of opinion. And what that means in layman's term is they cannot verify the accuracy of the financial records because the records are not in condition where they can properly represent and produce financial statements. So as a result, you typically get audited financial statements after the auditor comes in, but because of the lack of records and the discrepancy in all the documentation or missing documentations, they had to issue unaudited financial reports. So the district does not even have audited financial reports for the year 2019. So they can't substantiate accounts receivable balance. They can't verify the revenue stated is correct. None of that can be validated because of the records that the district had or did not have.
So is there ongoing investigations of the expenditures? Well, is there a chance that in the future, the auditors can come back and say, well, you owe $1 million based on what happened in 2019?
As far as the financial records, these are two separate things. What we're looking at, you have for the financial records, you have what the independent auditor did, but you also have what the Department of Education has done in terms when we went in and did our investigative audit. We looked at the federal program records, we looked at special education records, and that's where you see those are federal programs, so they're kind of separate in terms of what the independent auditor has stated. So we're saying that there are question costs. If you can't produce documentation, if you spent $500,000 or $2 million, whatever that number is in federal dollars, you have to be able to produce the documentation that says those are valid expenditures. And if you can't produce that, those are considered question costs, which means that the federal government can, or we in this case can come back and say that you owe this money back to the federal government, and you have to repay that money with state dollars.
And so my question to you is, have those question costs been reconciled?
No, ma'am. That's why we have Mrs. Burke on board since April to add some assistance to that, and Ms. Washington on board, so that we know that while we're looking at the past, that will not happen now going forward.
And if it comes back that you owe $1 million in state funds, do you have a plan for how you're going to operate the schools based on these question costs if those are deficits in your budget?
The only thing that we will be able to do if it comes down to where we need to pay some monies back, we will have to look at where we'll have to do more with less. That area definitely will not be with teaching our children. We're going to have to keep that intact. We'll just have to make some other kinds of adjustments that our hope is that will not happen. But if it does, as anybody else, you look at where you have to cut back, where it will not impact the children and their learning, and those are some of the things we'll have to do. We'll just have to do more with less if it comes to that.
Thank you.
Mr. Jacobs.
Madam Chairman?
Yeah.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, Dr. McGee.
Before we leave the board members, let me ask, I think I heard a statement that the School Board Association recommended a former superintendent. Was that correct?
Yes, I was going to correct that, but you go ahead.
I believe the School Board Association interviews, okay, and shares their thoughts, but they do not make recommendations.
That's correct. They filter through all the candidates and give them the local board the ones that they feel would be best appropriate, but the local board makes that decision.
Exactly.
Are you in agreement, Dr. McGee?
Yes, I am. I just wanted to correct that.
Yeah.
For the record.
Yeah. Thank you.
Exactly. That was true. And the board chair is former board chair is sitting in the back, and he dealt more with the discussion between them. But my understanding that was brought before the board was at that particular time that we needed an interim superintendent, Mr. Russell was the only name available. So that's the name they presented to us. Of course, the board had to vote.
2020 he came. Mr. Russell came in 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure. We're going to let Mr. Jacobs ask his question, and then Dr. Elam has one. And then we'll get to this side of the table.
Let me get back to the finances a little bit. Dr. Powell, like you, I'm brand new. This is my third meeting, and you started in May. I started in June. So I congratulate on all you've done, because I'm impressed with what your plans are and how you're doing. But I'm also impressed with how you get some of that done in those quick terms, because there's a lot to be doing. Yesterday, I listened in on the hearing, and which was educational for me because I'm learning this process. But it came during the question and answer period, there's a point there seems to be some animosity between you and Dr. Gavin and Ms. Burke, and that bothered me. As a new person, how can you seem to be fighting against them, and I don't quite understand with all the financial issues the district has that you could be fighting against them and get personal about it. So,
No, we're not fighting against each other. We've been working together. We smile, we laugh, we talk, we discuss. When I'll bring things to her and I say, well, we want to do this, and her first thing is, what am I going to say to you? And I'll laugh, and I'll say, where's it coming out of? And that's what she's always said. The issue about yesterday, the person asked me, why won't I go to the person's supervisor? And I'm not comfortable with that. So I work with Ms. Burke. We don't have confrontations. We have a good working relationship. Is it perfect? No. But we follow her lead. When the question came up about the vehicle and the purchase of, I wasn't intimately even involved in that, whereby Mr. King, Robert King, our Director of Transportation, was doing that along with Ms. Bridgeford. Ms. Burke shared with me that she went, and when we were looking for the vehicles, because of the issue with China and the chips, the minute we find one, it was going off the lot. I mean, we find another one, it was going off the lot. And so we finally found, after looking, Mr. King came to me and said that he found one for $38,000. I said, that's fine, since we're having difficulty finding it. He then did the proper paperwork and put it before the board. Then the board sent it to the state. Then Ms. Burke came back, and when it came back and said, Dr. Powell, we need to check the state purchase thing. And she went and found some vehicles and told me to look at them and see what I thought. And I told her I really didn't care. We just, and so that's the issue. But there's no animosity. In fact, we talk, we laugh. We talked about her vacation and her going, so it's not there. The issue was when she asked, I was being very honest. So we're working with Ms. Burke, even when she got situation where she's like, these people that we're interviewing, that's not going to help me. We hurriedly went out to find her some help because, and I've said to all of the staff, where our finances go, we go. So we give Ms. Burke the support that she needs. We have the conversations. Things that I will bring forth, she'll say, can't do it, show me the money. And it's that kind of thing. So there's no animosity. There's just some hesitancy when the question is asked to go to a supervisor. That's all that I was trying to explain. But working together, we work just fine together.
I guess my specific is the comment you made about Dr. Gavin, Dr. Burke being sorority sisters. Just seemed to be a pretty negative comment, like you weren't going to be able to work with them because they're ganging up against you, I guess.
It's not that I won't be able to work with them. I've worked with them. But as anybody would know, and I'm human, you're hesitant when you don't agree with someone to go to the supervisor who's a good friend of theirs. So there's hesitancy. So what it's made me do is shut my mouth and just try to work and get this done. And to be very candid with you, that was the better route. Just keep pushing and keep putting it on the table. When we don't agree, we just keep talking about it until we come to an amicable solution. And then she'll say, Dr. Powell, we just need to meet halfway. And I said, I agree with you. So we've done those kinds of things, but I was just being honest. And I just was, because she asked the question. But our working relationship is just fine.
Dr. Elam, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I would like to ask Dr. Ranford a question. Dr. Powell has, I believe, at least for me, painted a fairly strong, positive approach that she's going to, intends to take action on in the future. This audit occurred from April 27th to July 23rd, and Dr. Powell came in to superintendent position in May 17th. And my question to you is, do you and, of course, your staff that's been doing the hands-on work for the audit, did you find any difference in the atmosphere, the reception of the auditors being there after Dr. Powell? Or was there more, what appears to be those of us who observed yesterday, animosity?
I can't speak to the animosity piece of that, but I will say that many of the reports indicate that the practices that exist prior to this administration still exist.
So you have no evidence that things have started to change, and obviously change in a positive direction, but under her leadership?
That is correct. The audit report is reflective of findings through July 23rd.
Dr. Barrett and then Ms. Werner. Did you?
No,
Oh,
Dr. Barrett.
Dr. Barrett. I'm sorry. I thought you had your hand up. Dr. Barrett, go
I'm a
ahead.
teacher, so I had a few questions. I wanted to clarify. You said that you have 55% of your teachers on emergency licensure. So does that mean that 45% of the teachers will start this coming week? Only 45% will be in their right field or have the correct certification to teach?
The 45 that you're referencing are fully certified. The 55% that you're referencing, they have an emergency license, so they're sanctioned by the state, but we have to move to get them permanently certified. That's what the move is, and they are in place. They are working. They have been through the training and are going through the training, and we have our curriculum people that are really supporting them. And so,
But 45% have everything they need to be properly certified.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And maybe I overlooked it, but you have 17 years in education, and that
Yes.
seems principal and assistant principal. Do you have any time as a teacher? Have you been in the classroom?
3 years I was a teacher, then I went into the principal's administrative program in St. Louis Public
Okay.
Schools.
I didn't see that on your resume where you were a teacher.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Language arts.
And one more question. The 8th grade credited courses, you said sometimes they are lost. How does it get lost when it's supposed to be submitted to MSIS at the end of the year? How did they lose their courses for that 8th grade school year?
Some schools were offering Algebra 150 and some weren't. And the recordation issue that has plagued the district since 2018 was a result of that. Now that's why we're going through MSIS training with our staff, and we're also making sure that the counselors sit down together and do the transfer of the records so that we can make sure that the proper recordation is taking place.
Thank you.
Mr. East has some questions.
Thank you, ladies. I want to start off with the strategic plan. One of the main cornerstones of a strategic plan is the use of stakeholders. And so I know we've got a strategic plan that was placed in for today for us to observe. Did you meet with stakeholders? Have stakeholders across the community, the preachers, the family, the parents, have they met and signed off on this strategic plan and understand the transparency of what you're going through?
Not at this point. We had to present it to the board at our retreat, and that retreat took place on July 18th and 19th. And so the next step is to take it to the residents, but we did hold a meeting with the residents, and we did a needs assessment, and about 500 and something of them gave their input on the needs assessment. So we did get some feedback from them as far as what they want. And so that is in force. We've met with the County Board of Supervisors. They represent 5 boroughs in the community. And we met with them and we asked them to set up community meetings in their areas so that we can take that document actually to the residents. We've met with the various mayors in the community to talk to them. We started on meeting with some of the community and or organizations that are in the community. Let me also add that the present document that we have on record that the board did approve, it encompassed 2019 to 2022. And so we do have a strategic plan in place that has been board approved, but that one is to make some adjustments to include more feedback and do And rather than have someone just say, this is the strategic plan and give it to the board, we really want community input because we want them to know that this work cannot be done without them.
Okay. My next question is, how many central office personnel do you have that are, I'm going to say it, the professional, the certified, the contracted, or lettered employees in the district that directly would work straight for you and as superintendent?
The last part I didn't quite get.
They would directly work for you, those directors, those
That will
individuals.
directly work with
I'm
me?
I'm not talking about secretaries or clerks. I'm talking about the leadership team of the district. How many of those do you have?
We have an assistant superintendent and Dr. Mayers. We have a director of technology and Ms. Childress. We have a director of accountability, testing and accountability, a director of federal programs, and a director of our SPED department. And all of those people report directly to our assistant superintendent, Dr. Mayers. I oversee the food service, the building and grounds, and the transportation. We had to split it up.
Okay, so about 10, counting yourself. And I did not get your name, President of the Board. I apologize.
It's okay, Louise Winters.
Yes, Ms. Winters, y'all had a special call meeting on Friday to grant permission for you and your board to attend yesterday and today,
Yes.
I think is what I was told. So I'm making the assumption, but like all of us here, you approved travel for them and reimbursement or whatever we would normally do. What was that meeting about?
No, sir, it was not to approve any travel. We're here on our own.
Okay.
It was just that if a board member is chosen to speak on behalf of the board,
Okay.
they have to have permission from the board.
Okay.
So we weren't sure who was going to be the speaker on today. My understanding, it was going to be our former vice president.
Okay.
And so he had to get the permission from the board to speak.
And so my follow-up to that is our new board member here with you guys today?
Yes, sir, he is.
Okay. And do we have him bonded at this point?
No.
No, as I said, on Friday, he was just appointed by the board. After that, the administrative assistant starts the transition process. And so she was directed at the board meeting to start the transition process. And from there, we are here.
Who made that direction at the board meeting?
Pardon me?
Who made the directive to start the bonding process at the board meeting?
The board.
Dr. Vanderford, can I ask you a question, please?
I have a follow-up question to that.
If I'm not mistaken, one of the violations that I've looked at is the problem with bonding. Is that possible? The timeliness of bonding?
The timeliness, so at the time of the audit, all board members were currently bonded, but based on the review of official board minutes and observations of board meetings and/or statements from the boards in those meetings, it had been indicated that at some periods of time, the board members had actually failed to be bonded.
So I appreciate what you talked about in the law, however, was a board member cannot participate until they are bonded in the decisions of a school board. Is that possible?
That's correct.
So really, we have, was that in your report about the bonding issue?
The portion of the report that I referenced was regarding the superintendent's bond, because we followed that bond from the time that she took office or took the role as superintendent on May the 17th through such time that the Chancery Clerk's office posted her bond in accordance to law. So in short, we didn't track the board because at the time that we asked for the board's bond, they all had one. So we would have to conduct prior research to determine exactly what periods of time any board member was not bonded.
Right. But my point, what I'm asking is that the bonding process is not a long process. It is a procedure that goes through human resources. Does the board have to approve? State law does not require the board to have to direct the superintendent to get somebody to be bonded, correct?
That's correct.
That is a process that once you're appointed or hired, it is the paperwork that has to be done and then registered with the.
That is correct. It's outlined in
that's
state
more
law.
like a 24-hour to 48-hour piece of paper. It's not a long 30-day process or a week-long process.
That's correct. I mean, for a self-employed
that's what-
business, it takes
that's the
about
oversight
15
of the
minutes.
board that I think that somebody tried to point out earlier is that Dr. Powell doesn't need the board's approval to bond the board member. That goes straight to human resources and is handled immediately.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was why I asked that question, is we've got a new board member that we will also train and get right to going forward. And if he or she, I don't know who it is not bonded, y'all have a meeting this evening that individual cannot participate in. That puts you down to a quorum of 3.
Exactly.
And those are the things I think that the State Department's trying to point out is it's those little bitty details that get us in the school business.
Well, and I would raise the question, should the new board member even be participating in this meeting? We don't have to answer that, but it not being bonded, I'm not sure whether it should be here or not. I want to go back to Dr. Powell. No, wait, I'm sorry. I got a question for Ms. Winters first. And it may just be the way you said it, but talking about your new board member and the appointment, who appoints the new board member?
The board.
Your board appoints board members?
Yes, because board members now are elected. And if a board member resign, it's up to the board to appoint a board member.
You don't hold an election?
Not until the chancellor and clerk hold that election. It will be one coming up, but until that time, the board has the authority to appoint a board member to take that seat.
In the interim? Okay. All right. Then, Dr. Powell, your question. Let's go back to the universities that are helping you with your training and what have you. You mentioned, I think, Alcorn and Valley and
Jackson State. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have written agreements with those universities?
Yes, ma'am.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, is Ms. Brunson in the room? Dr. Burson, are you, I thought
We have staff available to address questions that are.
I was going to ask her about.
Related to
Dr.
universities.
Related to the universities, yeah.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Good
Dr.
morning.
Burson, I know you also coordinate and work with universities on training programs and.
Yes, ma'am.
And all. Have you been involved? Are you aware of these?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So a part of our program review process for the Division of Educator Preparation is to review our programs that prepare our teacher candidates. As you all know, the teacher is the most important factor in that school. And so we take this very seriously and do a deep dive into the programs, and we look at partnerships and collaborations and MOUs with universities. And we have not been able to determine that there are established partnerships with the Holmes County Consolidated District, with Alcorn, or with Mississippi Valley State University.
Okay, so you've talked to them directly and they.
Yes, ma'am, I have emails.
Okay, all right, thank you. Dr. McGehee, do you have any questions?
Yes, for Dr. Vanderford.
Okay. Go ahead, she's available.
Dr. Vanderford, how many years have you been doing audit school districts?
Go ahead, tell us your age.
17 years.
In your 17 years of audit, have you seen any school districts be in the shape that you've seen this one?
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, we have. But, I mean, it's very difficult to compare. I mean, because over the 17 years that I've been here, the process standards have changed and requirements change from one year to another. So you can't directly compare one district to another based on the change in the standards and the requirements from over time, from one time to another. But what you can say is that we do have a standard that is set and established to determine when we believe a serious emergency does exist in a school district in accordance with law, that as to quote the law, that jeopardizes the safety and security and educational interests. And one thing that the agency has been consistent with over the past 17 years, and our 4 superintendents and 2 interim superintendents, is ensuring that when we identify that it is brought before the appropriate authority, starting with the Commission on Accreditation and moving through the process to provide assistance to those districts.
Thank you so much.
Okay, are there any other questions from the board? Ms. Werner?
It's a very simple question. When I was reading through the book that we got, I was noticing all the things about the buses.
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
some of them were out of commission just because they lacked a current certification on the fire extinguishers. Have they all been taken care of, or at least
Yes,
been
ma'am.
addressed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Dr. Ball?
My question is for Dr. Vanderford as well. So, Dr. Vanderford, just to get clarification on, I guess, alternative solutions for what happens if we vote to put a school district in a state of emergency. So when a school is in a state of emergency, what are the alternatives that the department then has to go in and rectify the violations?
So to make sure that I understand your question, you're saying if the board were to determine that a streaming emergency exists, what are the next steps?
Correct.
So then the board would also have to consider and approve a request to the governor to declare a state of an emergency, and in accordance with policy, that will have an established timeline that the governor will have to respond. And immediately upon the governor's signature of a proclamation of the state of emergency, the agency will appoint an interim superintendent that will assume all control, all authority for instructional and finances of the school district, and that interim superintendent will report to the State Board of Education. There's also an option for the board to consider to abolish the school district, and if they do that, it removes the current board and the current superintendent. It relieves them of their duties so that the interim superintendent has the full authority without any resistance.
And so if the state, option A, if the state appoints a superintendent, what is typically the process like for coming in to fix, for lack of a better term, fix some of the things that are happening? And what's the timeline on that?
So according to our roles and responsibilities within the agency, like, my responsibility is to get to this point, and after that, we have a chief that's responsible for the District of Transformation, and Dr. Cole would be he would be the one to address those questions. But I mean, we do. I do say, and I did share this with the commission yesterday, that the former conservatorship model that was in place through legislative session 2016-2017 has changed. The old model focused on just basically clearing the accreditation standards and the deficiencies. It really didn't focus on building the capacity of the staff within the district to move forward, and it didn't focus. It didn't put as much focus on the instructional practices that are needed to sustain that level of student improvement that is needed. So the new law provides for a district of transformation with an interim superintendent rather than a conservatorship with a conservator, and the focus of that has changed. And so Noxubee County School District is the only district that has been taken over by the state under the District of Transformation statute.
So just to clarify, so when under the new law, when the state comes in, the responsibility, if under option A, the state comes in to rectify the issues that are found in the violation. The additional responsibility is to build capacity within the.
That's correct.
in the
I mean,
district
and
too.
clearance with clearing the deficiencies and having a district have an accreditation record summary that has no deficiencies is very important. But going in to make sure that you have a student record that's missing a parent's signature on a form, or an initial on a birth certificate, that is secondary to the instructional process. So while it happens parallel, I mean, the interim superintendent goes in focusing on instruction rather than crossing T's and dotting I's and reporting back to the Office of Accreditation. We've cleared process standard XYZ.
Thank you.
Ms. Werner has a question.
Oh, don't say, please, Doctor.
May I interrupt just a second for you? The best example, one of the best examples we have of this is Tunica County, that has really done them. And then Neshoba County, Noxubee County is moving along. They just haven't been in the process as long.
Yeah, I'm from Tunica.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Werner.
I just have a quick question to ask. I'm even newer than Mr. Jacobs. This is my second board meeting. I just wanted to ask, what happens if we recommend probation? And how long can we give, a chance for a year? Or I don't understand. Can we do that?
So, to be frank, assigning a district a status of probation has no sanctions, and it has no teeth, and it provides the State Board of Education nor the Commission on Accreditation any authority. If the board does not deem that a state of emergency exists, the district would resume back to local control and have the same day-to-day operations that they currently have, or implement the plans that Dr. Powell has outlined. But the agency would have no authority except the authority that the financial advisor has been assigned under state statute for the serious financial conditions.
Ms. Werner, if I could add just a comment to that. When audits are complete, we then sit down and take a look at all of the findings. And we have a choice at that time. We can either make a recommendation to withdraw or reduce their accreditation status, and that's one choice we have. But we can also look at the data and say, no, actually, we really do believe that there is a state of emergency that exists. And so when we make that decision, then that's the process that kicks in, that had the commission meeting yesterday and the board meeting today, and then your ultimate decision about whether, yes, you agree with the commission or not, and then it goes to the governor. But that's an option that we take. That is a discussion that we have prior to making any kind of recommendation. Does that help? Okay.
Any other question of Dr. Vanderford while she's up? Okay, any questions from, anybody have any other questions of the district?
May I be clear on one thing?
Sure.
I'm sorry. Maybe I said it wrong, but when I was saying the recommendation from MSBA for the superintendent, it was that MSBA submitted the name to the board, their names of a good interim superintendent.
Right,
And
they
of course,
did
there
the-
was two
Yeah.
names submitted. And one of the candidates, my understanding, had withdrawn, so that only left us with one to recommend for the interim position. Not that MSBA made the
Right, right.
recommendation. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Yes, ma'am.
If there are no other questions or no other comments, at this time, we'll entertain the closing argument from the legal representative from the office, from the district. I'm sorry, the district's first. What'd you find? Oh, that's okay, not worth it.
Good afternoon.
Pardon me, you know you have 10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well aware. Good afternoon. My name is Clarence Webster, and I, along with Stevie Russian and Michael Williams, have had the honor of representing this district. Before I begin my comments, it is deeply disturbing to me that the superintendent of schools and the COO do not understand their own rules and policies. Ma'am, there is a process in place if a school is placed under probation, and it can be found at section 2.82.81 of the Public School Accountability Standards. It states that when a school has been assigned a probation or withdrawn accreditation status, the school district shall develop a corrective action plan. The plan then goes on to explain that there must be certain deadlines met, there must be certain information provided, that information must be approved by this school board, and then you send MDE officers in there to make, or employees, to make sure that the schools are complying with their own corrective action plan. And we are here essentially asking that that's what you do in this instance. We have someone who's been in place in 77 days. We have a school that's ready to open on Thursday with the buses running on time and lunch being available and textbooks that were being ordered before a financial advisor was put into place are going to be available. There are some classrooms where books are not available. They're going to be, those books are being bought. 77 days with all of the problems facing this district. They're implemented and deployed a new process for enrollment to make sure that all residency and immunization information is put in place. They have a new IT program. They put in fixed access software, both at the library level and for their fixed assets, These people have done Herculean work. We have a business manager who is having to go back and go invoice by invoice to do reconciliation of accounts regarding federal programming. Hand do it. It's my understanding, and Ms. Burke can correct me if I'm wrong through counsel, that Ms. Burke, is the financial advisor, and our business manager are actually working together or planning to have a meeting together to divvy up the task so that they can both address the insurmountable issues affecting the district's finances. But I submit to you, none of this had to be the case. In the Department of Education's introduction, they mentioned that pursuant to the consolidation statute, they put into place a financial advisor. And that financial advisor was charged to oversee budgeting and financial matters related to the consolidation of the district slated for consolidation. The district went into effect July 18. That means around December, that person quit. And you mean to tell me that a COO with decades of experience doing audits didn't think that raised an alarm? That required additional accountability? That required some follow-up questions? That required hiring a new financial advisor? If that had happened, would there have been the mismanagement that we saw in 19? Would we have had a CFO in 2020 who did not know what standards 4 and 5 meant? Would the state auditor have to have been in 2020 to make his findings? I don't know, because MDE did nothing. Their person quit. We had a new district being consolidated, and absolutely nothing happened. MDE failed Holmes County. A lot of the problems that we're dealing with now could have been handled 2.5 years ago, but they were not. Now, that does not excuse what the administrators of Holmes County in the past have done to Holmes County. But Matt, I'll tell you, this administration can get to putting in place financial policies. They have the teachers who can put in place the processes. And it's very sad, but in some of these instances, they are building up from the ground some of the most basic processes and procedures that you think a school would have. It can be done if you give them the time, because look at what they've done in 77 days. And there is an avenue through which you can do this. It's set forth right here. The ability to put forth a corrective action plan is what JPS was given. And JPS came back here on something else, but they were at least given the opportunity. Here, what we are being told is that we can't even give Holmes County the opportunity to put forth a corrective action plan, even though they've already started that work. I think that's fundamentally unfair, and I think it's a waste of the taxpayers of Holmes County money. Because we're going to have to bring in this new person and pay them. I saw the last posting for I forget the term, district transformation supervisor, where the top salary is over $190,000. Y'all know what our current superintendent's making. It ain't that. You're going to have someone come in and potentially change the progress that's being made when you don't have to. Dr. Powell has shown a command of the district and the rules, and in 77 days, she's been drinking through a water hose, and they have not gotten to everything. In preparing for today, I talked to the financial person, and I said, hey, where are we on policies? Mr. Webster, I can't get to policies. We got to get bills paid so we can get the door open. I don't know why they called me Mr. Webster, but they did, quote. But that's where we are. There are some realities on the ground, and we can sit in administrative rooms, and we can sit in our ivory towers and not think about the boots on the ground, but these boots on the ground people are working, and they're working to fix years of problems. There are books in the Holmes County Library System that still say Durant Public School District. Would that be the case if the COO of the Mississippi Department of Education had done anything in December or January of 2018 or 2019? I don't know. Nothing happened. I know what did happen when nothing happened. We're right here. And it's unfortunate. And it's sad. And I hope that the Department of Education is not making similar mistakes with other school districts when alarm bells should be ringing. Wouldn't you be shocked? I mean, am I like on a different planet where someone who's put in place to oversee the finances of a consolidated school district? I mean, we know why you consolidate school districts. And then the person who's put in charge of that packs up and leaves, and you do nothing? And now you have someone who has a track record as a principal improving scores, who's gone out and recruited a dynamic staff, who's working hard, who in 77 days has done for Holmes County what folks haven't done in years. The first person to have a library budget since that school was consolidated. The first person to do a big new textbook buy since before that district was consolidated. The first person to enter the data in the PGS since that school district was consolidated. You don't want to have MDE use its resources, its technical support, its oversight to come and help those people? I find that very, very, very hard to believe. And I'd like to talk briefly about the board. I think I still have a minute or two. This board selected his first superintendent, and I mess up words all the time. And within that person's first year, they non-renewed every administrator uniformly with no plan, no idea on how to fix it. And if you go back and look at the board minutes, they were meeting 3 and 4 times a month looking at administrators. One of the administrators the guy put up before the local board had his license revoked. You know how they found out? They did a Google search because the superintendent, there was no line of communication. That's what these people were dealing with. And we're worried about Robert's Rules of Order, how many meetings they had when they were trying to keep people out of their school district who had licenses revoked because the superintendent wasn't doing it. Where's the fundamental fairness here? And the last thing on fundamental fairness, you know, there's talk about how we had to present information to the commission one day and this board the other day. We had 6 days to get ready for these hearings and these proceedings. And we didn't even know what we were really getting ready for because we didn't get an exit interview. as required by this. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will consider the work that's been done by this county.
Okay, Mr. Goff will now entertain closing arguments for the Office of Accreditation.
Good afternoon. I'm Joe Goff. I'm General Counsel for the Department of Education. I'm here representing the Office of Accreditation today. To clarify one thing up front, we're here today pursuant to 2.9.2 in the policy. And the accreditation policy, the letter that went to the Holmes County Consolidated School District makes it clear about that. This isn't an issue about probation or withdrawal process. We're here pursuant to a different process today. Just to clarify that. Let me also say this, folks. There is an extreme emergency in Holmes County, and it exists today. It's existed for a while, and it's time for this board to take bold action, just like the Accreditation Commission did yesterday. And let's give the students and the families in Holmes County an opportunity for success. You know, we've heard a lot about all these different accreditation standards and policies, and, you know, they can all kind of run together after a while. But when we talk about this today, when you discuss this and make your decision, it's absolutely critical that you realize and remember why these policies exist. Why do we have all these policies? All 9 of those accreditation standards that they violated, again, all 9. Why do we have those 32 process standards that they violated 26 out of those 32? Why do they exist? They're critical because they directly impact whether or not students are successful. They directly impact whether or not districts are successful. Folks, Dr. Powell said she was hurt when she looked at the situation there in the district, and I appreciate that. I don't doubt that. Let me tell you who else has been hurt. The students in this district, the families in this district, they have been damaged by this. And we're talking about long-term impact, and it's time for it to end, and it needs to end with you today. Let's give them a shot for success. When we see over and over these examples of their failure to comply with instructional practices and institute proper instructional management, folks, they have failed these students from kindergarten through 12th grade. When we see the improper curriculum in kindergarten, think about how that impacts that child all the way through their development. When we tell you how they failed to institute a multi-tiered instruction model to support students in the classroom, think about the impact that that has had on kids. And not identifying students the way a caring teacher did for me in 3rd grade that identified that I needed a little bit extra help, okay? They're not identifying these students that need that assistance to provide that to them for them to be successful. Think about the long-term impact of that. When our auditors observe 50% of students not logged in for virtual learning, when they see improper curriculum, when they see improper lesson plans, when we find incorrect professional development programs and 60% of their FTE teachers not holding a valid Mississippi teacher's license or lacking proper endorsements for the subjects that they're teaching, that's not just violating the standard for instructional practices. Sure, it violates that standard. But that impacts real people, okay? That impacts real families. Dr. Powell told you that they had a partnership, though, with Alcorn and Mississippi Valley to get certified teachers. What did Ms. Burson tell you? Nope. We've got no evidence of that at all, okay? Keep that in mind. Remember what she told you? Remember what Ms. Burson told you? When this audit reveals how they violated these standards over and over and over concerning federal and state Board of Education regulations, again, that has a direct impact on kids and families. We found that they had failed their responsibilities under child find and evaluation processes to identify and evaluate kids who may have a disability. Again, yeah, that's a technical process standard, but you know what? That's somebody's child. That's a family that is impacted for generations because they were failing to do their job to identify that child and give that child the free, appropriate public education that they deserve and the law requires. When children were identified with disabilities, what about their individualized education plans, their IEPs? Folks, y'all know what an IEP should look like. You know what an IEP needs to have in it, right? What did our audit find? Incomplete, inappropriate, and absolutely ineffective IEPs. That's not just non-compliance with the standard. That's heartbreaking. That's beyond just a technical violation. That's denying students that free, appropriate public education that they deserve. And when we also find $984,000 in question cost for these same failing programs, the programs are failing, and we find $984,000 then in question costs for these same programs over a 3-year period. What is that? Yeah, that's a technical violation, but you know what? It's also reckless and it's completely irresponsible. And on the subject of them paying back money, which they're going to potentially have to with this money, our federal programs had already identified them as being a high-risk district, right? And they went in and did an audit for FY 2019. They found over $260,000 in question costs because of improper purchasing, their equipment management, their poor record management, their lack of fiscal controls. And they had to repay $260,000. So they were already deemed high risk before we ever started this audit. Our Office of Federal Programs, they come back in, they look at FY 20. Guess what the damage is this year? $314,000. At our Federal Programs Office, and they identify it right here in this book. They identify that so many of these violations, they were the same violations as the year before. Ms. Winters said that they've learned from their mistakes. I appreciate her saying that, but the proof's in the pudding, and they have not learned from their mistakes. That office doing the same thing over again, and now they owe $54,000 more than they previously had to pay before. You know, when we come in and do an audit, a district is supposed to have all of this required documentation. And yeah, sure, they did bring in more documentation today. It wasn't provided yesterday. You know, if we had another meeting tomorrow, they may produce some more documentation, okay? But that's not how audits work. And they did have notice of what this was about today. All of this documentation right here was provided to them back on July the 26th. Going back to the subject again about finances, again, our financial advisor has been doing her best to put these internal controls in place to address non-compliance and waste and trying to reconcile bank accounts that haven't been reconciled in over a year. Dr. Gavin told you, Dr. Powell, I submit, Mr. Jacobs, that she made it crystal clear there's a problem between her and Shakita Burke. You know, Dr. Powell, she says that, and Shakita Burke, our financial advisor, just there trying to clean up their mess, appointed by the department to go there and help out. And she said, Dr. Powell, she said, you know, I'm just not comfortable speaking with Dr. Gavin about Miss Burke because they were in the same sorority. You know how offensive that is? 299,000 folks have been in that sorority. Just because they happen to have been in the same sorority. She says, but, you know, I'm just not comfortable because, you know, there may be an issue there because they're too close. She's not comfortable with that, but she's perfectly comfortable supervising somebody that supervises her daughter. Come on. Think about that. Think about how dysfunctional that is and the lack of judgment, frankly, that shows. We've heard a lot about how Dr. Powell's only been there for a couple of months. And you know who's been there a lot longer than just a couple of months, though, is this board. This board. When we hear about exorbitant salaries for bus drivers, folks, that would have gone through this board. When we hear about all this mismanaged finances, all of that's going through this board. Yesterday, one of the board members, he told the Commission on Accreditation that, you know, maybe we were behind on a few things. That's the attitude that brought us here today. That's the attitude of let's just wait and see if things get better, that we cannot afford to kick this can down the road anymore. The Commission on Accreditation took bold action yesterday. It's time for this board to take bold action also. But courageous leaders are not afraid to take bold action. They're willing to do it when it's necessary. I apologize, I get a little worked up. But this is a situation that's worth getting worked up about. Folks, do your job. The legislature created this system for exactly this type of a situation. I urge you to find that an extreme emergency situation exists in the Holmes County Consolidated School District. Let's give these families a chance. Thank you.
Thank you to all who have prepared and spoken eloquently here today and presented this board with the information. Our item for discussion is discussion and action regarding a determination by the State Board of Education that an extreme emergency situation exists in the Holmes County Consolidated School District, which jeopardizes the safety, security, and educational interest of the children enrolled in that district. We have heard from MDE as well as the Holmes Consolidated School District, and we have a resolution from the Commission on School Accreditation from their meeting yesterday. Before us, the board must determine whether an extreme emergency situation exists in the Holmes County Consolidated School District. At this point, is there any consideration for an executive session?
Ms. Altman, I move the board consider making a closed determination on the need to go into executive session.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, rather than, Please be advised that the board has voted to go into executive session for discussion and/or deliberations with respect to investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct, violations of law in accordance with Mississippi Code Annotated, Section 254174D, specifically regarding whether the board finds there is sufficient cause to believe that an extreme emergency situation exists in the Holmes County Consolidated School District.
get back in regular session. We have lots of papers here. During the executive session, the board discussed and deliberated regarding the Holmes County Consolidated School District and voted unanimously on the following items. The item was a determination by the State Board of Education that an extreme emergency situation exists in the Holmes County Consolidated School District. The item, the board determined that an extreme emergency existed. They also adopted an approval to request the governor that the state of emergency be declared in the Holmes County District, and a determination by the state board to officially abolish the Holmes County Consolidated School District, the existing school board, and the superintendent, contingent upon the governor declaring and signing the state of emergency resolution. The resolution reads as follows. Whereas pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 37-17-6-12B, the State Board of Education met in a special call meeting on August the 3rd, 2021, to determine whether there is a sufficient cause to believe that an extreme emergency situation exists in the Holmes County Consolidated School District, which jeopardizes the safety, security, and educational interests of the children enrolled in the schools of the district. And whereas the Office of Accreditation, Mississippi Department of Education, presented certain information to the State Board of Education regarding the Holmes County Consolidated School District's impairments related to serious violations of state and federal law and accreditation standards, serious concerns regarding financial resources, inappropriate standards of governance, a continued pattern of poor academic performance, and the failure to comply with standards that sustain a safe school climate, a copy of which is attached as Exhibit A and incorporated by reference as though a part of this resolution. Whereas the State Board is in recipient of a resolution from the Commission on School Accreditation dated August the 2nd, 2021, a copy of which is attached to Exhibit B and incorporated by reference as though a part of this resolution, in which the Commission determined that an extreme emergency situation exists in the school district brought on by findings related to serious violations of accreditation standards, federal and state law, serious concerns regarding financial resources, inappropriate standards of governance, a continued pattern of poor academic performance, and the failure to comply with standards that sustain a safe school climate. Now, therefore, the State Board of Education finds the following. The board finds that there is sufficient cause to believe that an extreme emergency situation exists in the Holmes County Consolidated School District brought on by serious violations of state and federal law and accreditation standards, serious concerns regarding financial resources and the lack of internal controls, inappropriate standards of governance, inappropriate oversight by the local board, a continued pattern of poor academic performance, and the failure to sustain a safe climate, which jeopardizes the safety, security, and educational interests of the children enrolled in the schools of this district, and which, without intervention by the Commission on School Accreditation and the State Board of Education, could result in the continuation of an inadequate and unstable educational environment, thereby denying the students of this district the opportunity to learn, to excel, and to obtain a free and appropriate education. The board further finds Mississippi Code annotated 37-17-6-12C authorizes the State Board of Education to take such action as prescribed in the Mississippi Code annotated 37-17-13, which a state of emergency is declared under Mississippi Code annotated 37-17-6-12B, and that 37-17-13 provides that the State Board of Education may abolish the school district and its existing school board and the superintendent of schools, and that 37-17-13 provides that at such time as the impairments have been substantially corrected after a period of maintaining a C accountability rating for 5 consecutive years, unless the State Board of Education determines that the district is eligible to return to local control in less than the 5-year period. The State Board of Education shall reconstitute, reorganize, or change or alter the boundaries of the existing district, and in appropriate cases shall notify the appropriate governing authority of its action and request them to provide for the election or appointment of school board members in manner as provided by law. Be it resolved that based upon the extreme emergency situation that exists in the Holmes County Consolidated School District, which jeopardizes the safety, security, and educational interests of the children enrolled in the schools of the district, and such emergency is believed to be related to serious violations of state and federal law and accreditation standards, serious concerns regarding financial resources and lack of internal controls, inappropriate standards of governance, inappropriate oversight by the local board, a continued pattern of poor academic performance, and the failure to sustain a safe school environment which, without intervention of the State Board of Education, could result in the continuation of the inadequate and unstable educational environment, thereby denying the students of the district the opportunity to learn, to excel, and to obtain a free and appropriate education. The State Board of Education does hereby request of the Honorable Tate Reeves, Governor of the State of Mississippi, that a state of emergency be declared effective immediately in the Holmes County School District pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 3717-6, 12B. Furthermore, be it resolved that based upon the extreme emergency situation brought on by findings related to serious violations of state and federal law and accreditation, serious concerns regarding financial resources and the lack of internal controls, inappropriate standards of governance, inappropriate oversight by the local board, a continued pattern of poor academic performance, and the failure to sustain a safe school climate, and contingent upon the proclamation of the Honorable Tate Reeves, Governor of the State of Mississippi, declaring a state of emergency in the Holmes County Consolidated School District, the State Board of Education does hereby abolish the Holmes County Consolidated School District pursuant to Mississippi Code 371713, effective on the date of the proclamation of the governor. Further be it resolved that pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 371713 and contingent upon the proclamation of the Honorable Tate Reeves, Governor of the State of Mississippi, declaring a state of emergency in the Holmes County Consolidated School District, the State Board of Education will exercise all powers which were held by the previously existing school board and the previously existing superintendent of schools. Further be it resolved that pursuant to Mississippi Code 724, Accreditation Policy Rule 2.9.2.2 of the Mississippi Accountability Standards, the State Board of Education's request to the Honorable Tate Reeves, Governor of the State of Mississippi, that he declare a state of emergency shall expire and stand rescinded from and after August 17th, 2021, if the governor should fail to issue a proclamation declaring a state of emergency before that day. And it goes on to the appropriate signatures and the appropriate notarizing the signatures. Okay, during the executive session, the board adopted the following resolution based on the prior actions. I've read the resolution, and then the board additionally adopted, hang on, where's my other one? Yeah, adopted these two items, approval of an appointment of the interim superintendent for the Holmes County Consolidated School District, contingent upon the declaration of the state of emergency. That was unanimous. And approval of employment agreement for the interim superintendent, also contingent upon the declaration of the state of emergency. All of these items were adopted unanimously. The appointed superintendent, the interim appointed superintendent, is a very qualified lady named Jennifer Wilson. Dr. Jennifer Wilson. She's very familiar with the area and has worked in that general area before. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the board to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you all for being here, and thank you for your